Well, hello everyone. It is Thursday, allegedly, in the daytime, evening, at night, middle of the night, wherever you are in the world, and we are here to do a little Stargating. This is the third of our kind of short arc run, introducing the Phoenix Sites 5th team, the Phoenix 5 team. Before we get into the story so far, why don't we introduce the team with like who you are and where people can find you, and also talk a little bit about who your character is. We'll do Duck first.
Hi, I'm Duck. You can find me over at twitch.tv/duckwark. Running a D&D campaign with my own setting every Wednesday night, 9 o'clock Eastern. Had the terrible job of babysitting 2 golden retriever puppies today, so I'm a little stressed out. And Talvik might die this episode. Who knows?
Who is Talvik?
Talvik is a Tok'ra host of a symbiote, the friendly version of the Goa'uld, who were murderous megalomaniac conquerors of the known galaxy. Yeah. Fun.
So you're not a Nazi.
No.
But yeah.
You're like David Hasselhoff.
Okay. I don't get the reference, but yeah, Goa'uld, bad. Tok'ra, not as bad. Some of them are even kind of good, sort of. Yeah.
As long as you don't like talk about their history and how they're basically Goa'uld.
Yeah, or in any way challenge that they're better than everyone else.
Yeah. But other than that, they're great.
Yeah.
Trust me, I have one in my gut.
Yes. Sin.
Hi, I'm Sin, or Potato9_juice on Twitch. I stream on Twitch at points in time. I don't know when, but I will. Yeah. I make the arts and I post the arts onto Instagram at rnotart. That's RNOTTART. Yeah, that's me. My character is Poe. He is a soldier human. He's a meathead. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Or in the shed at all. Really, across the field and over a hill.
Did someone once told you the world was going to roll you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
And you are sans your favorite weapons because you threw them into whirling cyclones of fire last episode. So you're probably sad, but you do have a Jaffa staff weapon now, which is cool, and also might end the story, but we'll see in a second. Hey, Raboyo.
Hi, I'm Raboyo. I don't stream, but I am on Twitch all the time, minus work. You can find me on various channels, including this one, just whenever it's on. I am playing Altek, the Jaffa security officer that's also the pilot.
Yes.
So if you die, everything just gets ruined.
Yep.
So don't die.
And
yes.
Potentially about to kill everyone.
Yes. You had gene therapy, so you now have an ancient gene that enables you to pilot the puddle jumper. No one else had it, if I remember correctly. Therefore, I don't know. I can't remember. But you for sure did. Which, I don't know how that works with Jaffa, but we'll see. Cool. And Kelly is... Yes. And Kelly is hopefully going to be able to join us, but she had some last-minute pressing things to do, so if she's able to join us, we'll drop her in. But she isn't present in the kind of current opening scene anyway, so that should buy her some time. All right, so, yeah, you guys are Phoenix 5. You operate out of the Phoenix site, which is a multi-world, multi-species coalition managed site for the exploration of the Stargate network, formation of new diplomatic and trading ties, assessing any potential threats and risks to coalition members and to peaceful coexistence in the galaxy. And you are only loosely affiliated with Stargate Command, such that ordering supplies and things from Earth can take a while because the precise location of the Phoenix site is extraordinarily highly classified. So very few people from Earth, although there are a number of people from Earth who serve at Phoenix Command, they wouldn't necessarily know precisely how to, or very few people know how to get here, basically. So your first adventure was to go and check out a junkyard, which is a garbage place. The only thing interesting about it was that there was the gate there was of an unusual design, very, very chrome, very sleek, very Nordic design, chic, a very unusual DHD, and a little scrap robot thing that you saw moving around. So you went and you explored, took apart the DHD, found out that it was the power source / computer was really different, and started to suspect some things about the nature of the gate, but didn't really have many clues. And then you followed some energy signatures and you found a downed Hatak, which is a Goa'uld mothership. And it was swarming with all kinds of robots, some of which were very junk, some of which were very not. You made a little friend of a robot spider who stole all your data and transmitted it. And then you were beset by giant loping robots whose entire body was a laser cannon. You tried to avoid being killed. You successfully avoided being killed. And then you were transported to the throne room of the Hatak, where you met Rabail, who is a robot, but also maybe kind of cyborg, who just wanted out of the junkyard. He'd been stuck there for a very long time. And so you agreed without asking any questions. No, that's not true. You did everything that you could to notify Phoenix Command that there was a potential threat, but General Ross decided that it was better to have you all back there and deal with the threat there than try to negotiate your release. So you brought Rabail back, and everything was great. And then columns of fire descended into the gate room and started destroying all the various different weaponry and hurting some people. Rabail was freaked out. He's like, no, don't let them take me. And eventually you discovered that those columns of fire were controlled by someone called Luminous Narina, who, due to some wonderful diplomacy, agreed to negotiate. She basically wanted you to give her Rabail. However, Poe, I believe it was, had agreed to give him sanctuary. So you met with her. She is a robot / android. You later learned in communication with her that the android body is an avatar of the Jinn, her people. These are an ascended race, and they use their avatars to represent them in normal reality, which, if any of you knew anything about ascended races, is super duper weird, but none of you do. So you successfully negotiated that Rabail would be able to stay with you, and then you would all bear the consequences. By you would all, I mean all of your different species throughout the galaxy would bear any consequences if he does anything that the Jinn don't like. You had some conversation. Rabail revealed that he knew of a second network of Stargates that were actually created and placed significantly later than the existing Stargate network placed by the Alterans that you are all quite familiar with. These were manufactured by the Jinn and placed throughout the galaxy in areas that the Alterans never got around to. So your first tranche of potential new sites to explore had a nice, lovely variety, and you decided to go to the water world. And had requisitioned a puddle jumper, or actually, I think we decided you had one puddle jumper, no weapons. But you had one or two puddle jumpers at Phoenix Command, so you took one of those, thus the gene therapy to enable Ultec to drive it, and visited the water planet. And it was lovely and beautiful. And there are giant whales with big long tentacles that are the size of the Empire State Building and all kinds of other things. You followed a power signature and you found a lovely but very, very alien city under the water. This is not a city for air breathers. This is a city for people who are native to the depths. And you did a really, really good job of examining the city and deducing that some of the decorations you saw were actually representations of language. Did a very good job of finding ways to at least begin to decode what that language might mean. It is, however, very, very alien. And then before you left, you decided to track down the power source, and you made your way into what looked to be some sort of geothermal power tap, and stumbled across, literally, some stuff on the floor. That stuff turned out to be charred skeletons of hundreds of people. Like, think person, and then think anglerfish, and then mash them together with, like, mostly the ugly bits. You plundered their bodies and, like, stuck one of their skulls in a bag and made your way back to the surface. And
Poe did that.
Well, you collectively, but it was Poe. And you made your way back to the surface, and then you saw little bobbing blue lights in the distance closing on you very, very quickly, and you made to swim back to the puddle jumper. Altek and Poe made it, being relatively athletic. Telvek, not so much. Telvek found himself a couple hundred yards away from the puddle jumper, surrounded by a swirling mass of the people creatures that you saw below. These are very much alive, however, and didn't seem to be very happy with you. And then Altek and Poe are in the puddle jumper with the cargo bay, with the bulkhead between the cockpit and the cargo bay open, force field. Cargo bay is flooded. Doors to the outside are open. They are both standing in the cockpit with their staff weapons ready to start blasting fish people, which I'm sure is going to be great because one of the fish people has just approached Talvak and is like right up against the glass or whatever of your environmental suit. So,
and
yes.
At the very end of last session, I told Poe and Altek to not to fire,
not to get you killed. Yeah,
just not to fire, and essentially surrendered myself.
Yes, hands up, and you felt some vibration in your body from this creature, and then you felt vibration from all around you, transmitted by the water as some sort of subsonic. You know, these people communicate primarily through subsonics. Mm-hmm. So they probably are trying to talk to you or something. Or they're trying to turn your insides to jelly with subsonic pulses. Something like that. If you have an overwhelming urge to poop, it's probably the latter. So.
It's the brown note.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we're all in the pool.
So. Yes, it's true. So. What happens now?
Well, I heard the communication, so I'm gonna bring out my staff, and I'm probably gonna have to make a dice roll for this, but I'm gonna have to grab Poe's staff and like angle it. Try not to hit the puddle jumper, but like,
well,
make it go out of the way.
So what is Poe doing? We'll see. That may be necessary. It may not.
Don't fire.
Did you say don't fire or Poe fire?
Or open fire.
Open fire?
No. Poe will not fire.
Okay, so I probably won't grab it as aggressively.
Yeah, you're ready. But it turns out it's unnecessary. I would say Poe probably notices that Altek was ready to try to yank it out of your hands, but I'm not sure Poe gets... Poe is for real not the brightest tool in the shed. So we're not quite sure what's going on with Poe. And none of the none of the characters, except maybe even for Poe, understand like why Poe is even still on active duty. Because seriously, that's fine. Maybe Poe can like fall down and knock their head and get some of that back. We'll see. So, Talvek, you have said don't fire, and at least in the immediate aftermath of that, you don't see all the water in the cargo bay of the puddle jumper being flash boiled into steam, and then the puddle jumper is scooted off the cliff, and then they crash down to the depths and die. So that doesn't happen, which is good.
Yay.
What does everyone do? Tense standoff situation.
I'm going to radio back on. What do you know?
It's attempting to communicate, but I don't know how to respond.
Have you... Oh, you did speak on the radio to just say don't fire. Okay.
Yeah.
The creature in front of you, just like its eyeball is practically touching. It is watching you very intently.
Ew.
But the other creatures that had been swirling around you in a ring are all kind of just floating. They're still in a ring around you. They're all just kind of floating. Mm-hmm. And they appear to be waiting for something, or maybe making up their mind about something.
Waiting for the command to eat us.
Possibly.
Yeah.
What are the ones on the or that we're heading towards the ship doing?
They have taken... That's actually a good question. They have taken up position as far as you can tell, and you probably have to actually consult the sensors, because you have light coming out the front of the puddle jumper and a little bit spilling out the back, but not a lot. You can kind of see a few little flecks of blue out there, but it's largely just a big black wall of water. So if you consult the sensors, it looks like there are probably 5 or 6 of them that have taken up positions near, but by near I mean like 20, 30 feet away from the entrance to the rear hatch of the puddle jumper. But they appear to be on either side. Like none of them are directly behind the puddle jumper.
Out of the line of fire.
I mean, if they built or grew this city that you've just spent a couple of hours in, it would stand to reason they're reasonably intelligent. And for chat and YouTube later, this planet was noteworthy because the species here, according to Rabiel, was once a close trading partner, an ally of the Jinn before they ascended.
Because it's Stargate, and like there's a chance that everyone knows English for some reason. I'm going to just speak by maybe keep the radio open so they know what's going on. But I'll say we are explorers. We did not know that that this planet was still inhabited. We mean you no harm.
The one with its eyeball almost, I mean, and their eyes are like that big. It's practically covering most of your faceplate. Kind of slowly pulls back, and you can feel the tenor of whatever that subsonic rumbling is modulate a little bit. And coming out of the swarm as another one of these creatures. I mean, you can tell them apart. You feel confident that if you like really studied one, you would be able to recognize it in a lineup. But because they are so alien, you know, it would take some study, but they clearly aren't identical, but they're quite similar. Comes forward with some sort of object in its hand and passes it to the creature that stepped forward or swam forward first. And it holds the object up so that it comes into your field of view. I mean, you have a faceplate, but like down where your feet are, you'd have to move your head down. It holds it up to you and then slowly swims forward to you. With this object extended.
What does this object look like?
It has in your headlights, it has the appearance of some sort of crystal or some sort of translucent mineral, but its form is spiral shaped and somewhat organic. So think like maybe a small shell, like a snail shell, but maybe a bit stylized, but it is clearly translucent. I mean, you can see the refractions of the light as your headlamp hits it.
Okay.
It's a faint kind of blue greenish color.
We mean you no harm. Seems like something terrible befell this location. Does it seem like it wants me to take this thing, or is it a like pointed at me kind of thing?
I think you should roll a perception empathy.
Okay. As always, the third die is the stunt die.
Yes.
I got doubles.
Good God.
Hold on. Perception empathy. So that's a +5. So 18.
Yeah.
With doubles on 4.
So 4 stunt points. Jeez. So chat, don't give these people any boons. They don't need them.
I mean, we did last episode.
Well, it's true. That's fine. So social stunt. So you can spend up to 4. You can enrage it. It'd be awesome.
Objection.
You could do a little goofy dance and lighten the mood.
The lower initiative. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome to recommendations. There's a few stunts here.
Yeah.
Which category is it?
Social.
Yeah. Not all of them work perfectly. I mean, impress is always a good one.
Making an entrance and choose it multiple times. I don't know. That's kind of the same thing as impress.
Well, it's just that making an entrance is specific to opposed rolls.
Oh.
So you could say there's five. There's 5 people here. I make an entrance, and then if there's going to be social conflict, I can take a +1 to my next opposed roll against each of those. So it's basically name an NPC. Probably not that. Hidden message, unless you're trying to convey a hidden message to Ultek and Poe. Probably not. I mean, patter would be like really good, but you don't have 5 points, and they can't apparently understand your language, so that probably wouldn't work.
Yeah, I'm going to take 3 points and impress.
Cool. Against the leader, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the leader, yeah. So you and to answer your question, it's not offering it to you, but you also don't get the sense that it is like a weapon.
Right.
It doesn't seem overtly hostile. If anything,
Converts normal sonic waves to subsonic waves through natural resonance.
no.
No.
You don't get the sense that there's a great wariness that you pick up on, maybe just in its body language. Like the fact that it approaches you slowly is less that it's trying not to scare you, or less that it's trying to convey anything. It's that it is anxious. But it is impressed when you do not like reach for it or move back or react in any violent way. Unless you want to react in a violent way, I guess. So do you want to react in a violent way?
Well, now that it's within arm's reach, I take this conch shell and bash it out. No.
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So more modulation of that vibration. And two of the figures swim out on either side of you and grab onto your arms.
In a threatening way, like cops taking a prisoner, or
in a forceful way, but and you can probably tell just from how they grab you, they're very strong. In a forceful but precise way, not designed to cause you injury. The one on your left side is basically just like it's got one of its weird webbed hand claws on your lower arm and one kind of up by your shoulder, mostly just to control you. The other one is focused around your hand and wrist and forearm, and it pulls your wrist and forearm and hand up and begins to examine very, very closely. You feel a pretty uncomfortable increase in pressure around your forearm.
Mm-hmm.
And then a rush of pressure and cold.
Like it's been bursted.
Well,
like the water?
As it has disengaged the glove of your suit. It is, however, applying pressure to your forearm to prevent your entire suit from losing integrity. So your hand is immediately, like, it's very, very cold. And it's, of course, I would have to say, somewhat distressing, given that your suit has been breached, even though it's not currently filling. In which case, I think I would like you to make a willpower self-discipline.
Yeah, we are, what, like 100 feet under the surface?
No, you're thousands of feet under the surface.
Oh, thousands.
You are
okay.
Far beyond where the last little trickle of sunlight can reach.
Gotcha. So, yeah, does my hand explode?
No.
Because of the internal pressure?
No.
I was just breathing air, like, so, and now it's exposed to the outside water. So does all the gas just?
No, you're hyper pressurized, not under pressurized. It's not comfortable, but it doesn't crush you to jelly. You're not that deep.
Thousands of feet, but okay. Willpower save.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Willpower self-discipline roll.
Okay, well, I have a focus in that, actually. So that's a +3 to this.
Yes.
For a total of 14.
You, with a 14, probably, like, jerk around a little bit. It's just atavistic, right? You can't prevent yourself.
Probably quite painful, too.
Yeah.
As all the gas tries to escape my blood vessels.
That would be a problem if you were going up. You're fine now. because the pressure on your hand increased somewhat, not decreased. So you don't have to worry about bubbles of nitrogen forming in your bloodstream.
Okay.
That would be Ben's while you're rising. But regardless, it's not comfortable. And it's very cold, and it's the psychological knowledge that your suit has been breached. So you a little bit, but you don't fail to impress in that you center yourself quickly.
Okay.
And I'm sure your symbiote releases some soothing neurotransmitters to help keep your adrenaline down. Those of you on the puddle jumper, immediately red lights. His suit has been breached. You see his vitals spike. And then
Go ahead. Do you think I'd have the presence of mind to communicate what's happening while it's happening?
Yeah.
With that
roll was just to see if you lost control and freaked out, and you maintain control.
Okay. They have removed my glove, put in a non-threatening manner. Potentially this artifact that they're showing me requires skin contact. Still, do not fire.
Cool.
Thank the Sifts and Lords that you didn't scream in agony over comes.
So, as you deduced, the leader, we'll say, hands this spiral gem to the creature that is holding your right hand, and then it swims back. The other one that was holding your body also swims away. You can see in the distance they all kind of move back a little bit. And then the one holding your hand swims around so it can look you in the eye. And it's holding your hand here. It looks you in the eye. It looks at this thing, looks you in the eye, and then just quick motion slaps this gem into your hand.
Into my hand?
No,
or like onto my hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Puts it in the palm of your hand, basically, and holds it there. And then nothing happens. And it was frozen for a second when it did that. And then it kind of unfreezes and pulls the gem back and one more time kind of gingerly taps it against the palm of your hand. And then you can see it look and you kind of feel it vocalize back out to the rest of the group. And the leader and the other one come in, and then they kind of manhandle you a little bit, but they reattach your glove and refit the seal.
Oh, good. Oh, good. They have returned my glove to me.
So, what is everyone else doing? I mean, that was probably 15, 20 seconds. It wasn't long.
Mm-hmm.
Altec, Poe. You're playing Parcheesi.
Currently, I'm trying to find the camera feed to see what's going on outside.
Oh, sure. Why not?
Assuming that this thing has cameras out there.
Why not?
Yeah.
All right. So you have, as we'll say that you fiddle around with that, you're looking for controls because that's what your training would suggest. You're still not very accustomed to the way that ancient technology works. And eventually you remember, I kind of just have to think it. And so finally you go, I went to see what's going on out there. And then, it shows up on the HUD. You just in time to see the creature lightly tapping some sort of object into Talbek's palm and then doing something, and then other ones swim in and strongly but carefully reaffix the glove.
I believe this was a weapon of some sort to determine if I was of a enemy race. It did nothing that I'm aware of.
More important question is, are your socks wet now?
Oh, probably.
Okay.
Probably. Because they put a wet glove onto my hand and then reattach the seal so that faint moisture is just throughout the entire suit now.
And this is advanced technology. Your suit detects, your suit stops blaring at you. It detects that your seal is intact and then begins to wick away any moisture. So
any moisture.
Well,
so like it's like a still
any
suit
excess moisture.
Okay.
Anything that would impair your ability to function.
You won't get like grandpa feet.
Yeah, and the internal heater kicks on in the glove and warms you back up, so you're good.
I reflexively flex my hand a little bit.
Yes.
Get the circulation back.
Yes. Now all the nitrogen in your bloodstream expands, and then you get the bends. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Sully collapses down on the floor.
It's fine. And they go, oh well, we were gonna eat him anyway. Cool.
I go belly up and rise to the surface.
Right. So, what are you doing?
What was that they put on your hand?
A weapon, essentially, probably, or a way to determine if I was a threat, possibly. We saw those scorch marks, the same scorch marks that the Jinn. Well, a similar weapon, probably. It's possible that as the puddle jumper has genetic controls, this also has a genetic read to it might have been a bomb. The fact that everyone all the others here had stepped back during the test. I don't know.
We will
I'm not cut out for this.
Yes.
Are your pants soiled?
All excess moisture has been wicked.
And you guys would know because you have the suit's internal monitorings up. You kind of go, there's a lot of moisture in your right arm and a little bit like you only peed a little. But no, and then a few of the creatures will swim away from the group that is surrounding Talvak and toward the puddle jumper. Unlike the others that are standing on either side, these swim directly within sight. You can see them very clearly. They are, I mean, they're humanoid-ish size, but unusual proportions. And if they were to stand on land, which they're not geared for, they would probably be 9 or 10 feet tall. But very kind of bony and willowy. So they may not be very substantial, but they're a little bit bigger than you guys. Very limber. And they gingerly swim their way into the cargo bay, the flooded cargo bay of the puddle jumper.
They may want to test you as well.
And
it requires skin contact, I believe.
Yes. And indeed, as Talvak is saying this, one of the creatures pulls out this spiral form, crystalline, kind of hand-shaped object and holds it up like an inch from the force field.
Well, Poe, do you want to get tested?
Sure. Poe sticks out his hand. without a second thought.
There's a tingle from the force field that you're used to that. Bose takes out the hand with the glove on it because you're still currently in your encounter suit. And then the fish creatures just kind of go, oh my God. It's like, no, we need the hand on.
Meanwhile, Altec is taking off his glove.
Yeah.
You have to say it out loud in case some of the viewers don't quite get it yet. So yeah, I told Poe.
Yes.
It requires skin contact.
Yes. So Poe takes off your glove and then tries again.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So yes, you feel the tingle of the a pressure from the force field, and then that same shocking cold of the water. It's not really that cold because you're near a geothermal source, but it's 40, 50 degrees Fahrenheit, which is quite cold, especially if you're at room temperature. Yeah, it feels cold and smooth, and that's it. And then eventually, after you hold on to it for a while, eventually the creature just kind of like, okay, pulls it out of your hand. It's like, and then they look over at Altec.
Yep. So my glove's off now, so I'm sticking my hand out.
Lovely. So to clarify, remind me, did everyone get ancient gene therapy? It was just Altec.
Just Altec.
Me.
All right. Altec, when you touch it, it begins to glow. The creatures look at each other. And probably you can feel just through the hull a very low humming, the subsonic vibration that they make. You can tell something's going on. Maybe you can even see, because there's light here coming from the cabin, you can see that the area kind of to either side of their very long serpentine throat, the water itself gets a little less than fully transparent, like very, very turbulent in response to whatever this sound energy they're giving off. And then they swim back.
Talvek, something happened.
It might have reacted to your gene therapy. But it didn't explode, so that's good.
Yes, we can still leave. So.
Yes. I think it would probably occur to Talvek, it did not seem to react to the presence of the symbiote. Which is perhaps interesting. But it did respond to Altec. So, they're going to grab you, Talvek, and they're going to grab the puddle jumper. You can see the vast majority of this school swarms over to the puddle jumper, grabs on, lifts it up, and starts swimming away with it, while a few of them haul you behind Talvek.
Probably make some pithy comment about, it'd be easier for you if you just put me in the puddle jumper.
They spin you around, grab you by your foot, and drag you backwards.
Yeah. Just
Because snark transcends alien languages. They're like, yeah,
course.
none of your lip ape boy. No, it's fine. They don't respond. Is anyone doing anything? Or are you going to let these creatures swim you back to their lair?
I was still in the puddle jumper.
Yes.
Okay.
You're still in the puddle jumper. They are hauling it.
Well, we wanted to make diplomatic contact, and we seem to be doing so.
Yep, I'm still going to have scans on to figure out where they're taking us. Try to get as much information as we can recorded.
Yes. Go ahead.
Poe's gonna try to make small talk with one of the creatures. Like, hey, how you doing? Come here often.
Good news is they don't, hopefully don't understand you, but we'll see. So yes, we see Poe being a meathead, like, what up, bro? And Fish Monster not really caring.
You got a significant other fish monster at home?
Right. Are you seeing anyone? I mean, with eyes like that, you probably see lots of people, but so
While they're dragging me by my feet, do I have like hands free to use like a tablet underwater or something? Like,
they're actually, one of them has like hooked into the back of your, not damaging it, but you've got like a module on the back, and it's just grabbed a hold of that and is pulling you along. So yes, your arms and legs are free.
I would like to, well, while we're being taken wherever, so like much like listening to an audiobook on commute, I'm going to try to decipher more of this language. At least try to use what I know about communication to make headway into some sort of contact with these.
Okay, make me an intelligence linguistics check.
I don't really have linguistics, but I do have a symbiote. So I'm going to activate my symbiote power, or try to, which is target number 9. So 11 plus 4 is 15, which succeeds, but I got doubles. So
once again, it'll only cost you 1 power point. Yes.
Okay. But I got doubles 5. So okay, fine.
There are other power stunts, but very few of them apply to, like, you can't do double damage, you can't increase the range by 2.
Okay, fine.
Very few of them apply to the type of powers you have.
Okay. It doesn't give me a double focus.
No.
Okay. So I have a temporary focus in like xenolinguistics.
I will say that it will last, that because 5 stun points is a lot, we can do the expanded duration and just say, for at least for this time, that it will last for this encounter.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Because you might need it in the future.
Yeah. Cool. So now I'm going to roll intelligence xenolinguistics, which is plus 4.
Yep.
For a total of 14. No doubles. Not great. Not great at all.
We have boony boons and stuff.
We do. What do you think, party?
I'm fine with you using them if you want.
Sin? Any opinion?
I'm also fine with you using it.
Okay.
If you want.
I would like to use a major boon to reroll the 3 and the 2.
Oh, okay. Playing it fast and loose.
Okay, and rerolling, and I got a 2 and a 1. Even worse. Even worse. So total of 12.
Yeah, it's complicated. And
sorry, a 2 and a 1, not a 3 and a 2. Yeah. Everyone, yeah, you can see.
Yeah. So it's very alien. Your symbiote's knowledge is largely limited to the language of terrestrial hosts and the sort of chemical communication that golds naturally have. And this three-dimensional sound-based spatial communication is just very unusual. It can help you with some of the underpinnings of xenolinguistic science, but it can't just like pluck out of thin air something that is a historical analog within its experience. So it would take, you feel that with the symbiote's assistance and appropriate equipment and time, you could start to maybe not build out a lexicon, but really advance the sort of conceptual map that you started to deduce the existence of. But it would take, like, if you want to be able to communicate with these creatures natively, it's going to take a lot of samples, a lot of time, a lot of collaboration to make that happen.
Yeah. Okay. Just thought I'd, start on it a little.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to see.
Yeah.
Maybe I make some extraordinary headway, but doesn't seem like I.
And with the stunt system, you absolutely can. For context, if you missed the first couple or don't remember, we're using the Modern Age system, which is a 3d6 system with a stunt mechanic. Whenever you roll a double, there's a special die, and whatever the value of that is stunt die. So you can transform, as long as you succeed, a normal success into a success plus cool stuff, like more information or a scientific breakthrough or significantly impeding your foe in combat, etc. So it becomes a little bit more cinematic that way. It's only about 15 minutes.
Oh, okay.
The location they are taking you to appears to be on the far side of the city. But the reason it takes them so long is they avoid swimming through or over the city. So they kind of take you around the long way. But the puddle jumper is reasonably hydrodynamic. They are obviously quite strong. And the only limitation is how quickly 6 or 8 of these creatures can propel the puddle jumper, which, because it's designed for, because it can operate at near neutral buoyancy, it's really just the drag they have to overcome. So they can move it pretty quickly. You are taken to what at first looks like in the headlights of the puddle jumper. So Ultek and Poe see it first. Some sort of fissure in the seafloor. But as you get closer, it looks like the entrance has been worked. Maybe it was originally a fissure, but there are carvings and scallops and figures carved into the seafloor around this opening, and then like into the fissure itself. There's a very faint glow emitting from the depth, and they take you in and begin swimming down, maybe only a couple of 100 feet. Shortly before you reach the bottom, this fissure opens up into a chamber. Again, the shape is somewhat irregular, but every surface of this chamber has been carved in that same kind of swirling line, repeated pattern, repeated but not quite repeated, kind of fractal pattern that you had seen on the what you deduced to be the main civic building in the city itself. But that looked like it was grown into the material itself. It was extraordinarily precise. This looks like it was worked with tools, or maybe even their claws. It is very beautiful, clearly designed to convey some sort of meaning, but at the same time, somewhat more crude than the examples that you saw in the city. There are a great number, and when I say a chamber, I'm saying like football field long, quite large, somewhat oblong, big, a large mass of space. There are numerous groups of these creatures. There are what you presume to be children. smaller versions, who have a much more, like, their limbs are slightly shorter, but their tail section is a bit longer, so they're a little tadpole-like. And as the puddle jumper and this group descend, numerous of these groups kind of move back or flash their way down side entrances. So a significant portion of that group of the total population kind of exits. A few others, particularly the larger ones, move in and up to assist with bringing the puddle jumper to ground. You, Telvek, have a really great view of this because you're kind of behind. So you can see, you have a panoramic view as the children and some of the others kind of swim away, and these larger ones. And there's a great kind of cavitation in the water. There's clearly a lot of communication happening. You are brought to rest. Telvek, you are deposited at the rear entrance to the puddle jumper. And the leader kind of floats down and just gestures with its webbed claw, looking at you very intently.
Gestures where? Gestures how?
Literally like this. And then it's looking into the puddle jumper and then at you and then doing this.
I believe they want us to follow them. Poe, make sure to reseal your suit.
Make sure your gloves on.
Yes. I would feel bad, Sen, but you're the one who, like, really, really made Poe dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay, so I'll grab my staff and head on out.
Maybe I see you coming out. I'm like, maybe leave your weapons in the ship.
Oh, I never leave my staff.
Can't say I tried.
Poe,
Can't say I didn't try.
what are you doing?
Reseals his suit and sees that Oltek takes his staff and takes his staff,
Okay.
follows out.
So, Altek and Poe swim out. Do Altek and Poe resist when some of these larger creatures seek to divest you of your weapons?
Told you.
Yeah, as soon as they start grabbing, I'd slap them.
So you're going to try to resist?
Yeah.
All right. I need you to give me a strength might. It is contested.
Against a 9-foot anglerfish creature.
15.
Okay. It might be slightly surprised by your strength because it goes to just kind of, for it, maybe gently but forcefully pull it away from you, but you are able to hold on, and so then it kind of grabs even harder and kicks with its legs. So simultaneously, it's moving with your staff, and then you get caught by a wash of water, and you lose grip, and you don't tumble back, but you're kind of lifted up off the floor of this chamber and float for a second before you come back, and then it has your staff. Poe, are you resisting?
A little. Yeah.
So, strength might, please.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh.
Yeah. What do I want to do with my stun points? Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, no.
A 12 isn't going to get it. I think... What would be super cool? Lethal blow, no.
It's about time.
Oh. I need everyone, including Talvek, to give me a willpower courage.
That'll be a 16.
Okay.
That's a 7 for me.
That's an 11 with doubles.
Cool. Doesn't make it. Talvek does, however, because I rolled rather poorly. And I'm not, which also generated step points, but I'm not going to. No, I will spend them on hidden message, because why not? Even though that doesn't quite apply. Maybe seeing that Altec resisted. This one was prepared for resistance. You're not quite sure exactly what happens. These things are large, but they're very, very fast and very nimble in the water. It doesn't harm you, but it completely overpowers you. It removes the weapon and then does some sort of like weird fish kung fu flurry situation that has you spinning head over heels. And then it just stops itself. Like still in the water column. It is the wow factor of a Shaolin monk letting loose on someone, but not actually doing them any damage. It is quite intimidating, Altec and Poe. It used the shock and awe spend. So it is going to be harder if you need to make an opposed roll against them moving forward, because you are somewhat aware that you are outmatched by the combat capable ones, because you are in an environment that they are perfectly adapted to and you are not. Doesn't mean you can't resist them, but if you do, you're going to be at a penalty. Yep. And it makes sense, Talvik, that you would make it because you weren't resisting. So cool. Yes.
Kind of expected it too.
Yeah.
I told them to leave their weapons on the ship.
Yes. So, and I'm sure Altec, your spidey sense danger, like survive at all costs kind of situation.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah. It's like, oh crap. Yeah. Now what do you do?
We poke one of
Ask them
them
for a ticket for that back.
Right. It opens up what you couldn't tell was actually a secret compartment in the wall of this cave, and then just stacks them next to some like fur coats and some top hats. Big lost and found box from the last social event they had. Cool. Any further shenanigans?
I'm just gonna look at him sternly. Is he actually putting it in the thing? Okay.
No. The one that did the fish foo on Poe swims over, collects the other staff weapon, and then hands it to one of the other fish people that are effectively standing guard on the puddle jumper. By which I mean like floating around it watchfully.
Are there any nearby that are in arm's length?
They aren't crowding you. The closest one to probably is the leader, who is, maybe 5 or 6 feet from Talvek.
So no one's in poking range.
I mean, you can swim over and poke one of them if you'd like.
Okay. Can swim?
Does Sin think that's a good idea?
No.
Okay. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying you don't have to surrender to the, it's what my character would do. So you can exercise executive function and say, in fact, maybe Poe has a memory of before his brain turned to jello. Or not.
That poking fish people is wrong.
Yes. Or maybe it's like, oh, actually people, yeah, that people don't like it. I need to learn to speak to them so I can get their consent to poke them.
Yep.
Okay. But are you going to swim over and poke one or not?
No.
Okay. You just think about it. Or maybe like the poke finger gets close. It's like, now I have to swim. And it'd be weird. Cool.
Yep.
Yeah, as soon as I see that the staffs are like where they ended up, I'm probably a little more at ease.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't they didn't swim away with them. They didn't break them or anything like that. They just are holding them.
So I'll start swimming over towards Talvik.
Okay. Oh.
So they have us out here. What now?
Now we establish trade agreements.
Yes. As soon as once Poe joins, or indicates that Poe will be coming along, the leader will swim off. There is think of it as a doorway, but it's not really a doorway. It's just kind of an oval shaped opening that kind of curves into the wall. So it's not like there's a sheer wall. It's a orifice or an aperture of a sort. It is flanked by probably very, very highly stylized carvings of these creatures, or like an idealized form of these creatures or something. And they are likewise just deeply carved with these spiraling waves and grooves, to the extent that their like specific features are somewhat obscured. As you move closer to the wall following the leader, like erosion underwater doesn't work the same way, because there's not like tides and wind and stuff like that. It's primarily chemical. But as you get close to where you're obviously being led into this opening, you get within a few feet of the wall. You have a few moments glance. You can see that like over time, the walls have probably calcified, but that these carvings have been meticulously maintained. So some of the blurring of the features is just through accretion of matter over time, but that they have maintained the groove-like spiraling figures by carving and recarving over time. That might indicate some things to characters who know about cultures and history and things like that as to the nature of this location. And you find yourself in an oval kind of tube and swim down it, and it branches, and then it branches again, and the leader is not... He's obviously waiting for you because he can swim a lot faster than you can, but you don't have time really to dawdle. And then you find yourself in a chamber. It is stone. It is carved. But there is some sort of probably technological device that is appended to a pillar that comes out of the ceiling. It is kind of tetrahedral in shape, and of a different material. It is not the other technology you've seen, including light generation and power transmission, has been this, whatever that silicate organic hybrid material was. This is metal, or at least appears to be. I mean, you don't have a spectrograph with you, but it looks to be metal.
Does it look like a similar metal that the fancy Stargate and DHD were made out of?
I mean, it's kind of silvery, so maybe, but I would say it doesn't immediately go, oh my god, that's the same metal.
Okay, just thought I'd check.
Yeah. It's not entirely dissimilar, but it's not like stylistically or just the color. Then again, you're also underwater.
Yeah,
and
light gets weird.
Yeah, you don't actually even have to use your headlamps in here.
Really?
Yeah, there is just sort of a generalized glow from the walls, floor, and ceiling. Like whatever this accreted material is, appears to have a moderate phosphorescence. And or maybe it's like some sort of space coral or something, but like as you swim by, you can see that the wakes of the water that you're pushing slightly increase and decrease the glow. So you're kind of surrounded by a bit of a dappled phosphorescence, kind of an orangey golden color. It's quite lovely. And it is quite warm here. Although your suits are climate controlled, your sensors will tell you that the temperature here is approaching 70 degrees. So if you you can turn your headlamps off and let your eyes adjust. And it's dim-ish, but like you could read in it. You probably wouldn't want to read a book. It would put some eye strain on you, but it's that bright. And then the creature will swim over to Altec and pull you toward the central column, and will indicate with its webbed claw, like, will take your hand and will indicate toward that tetrahedral metal object. And then it swims out, and a force field descends over the opening.
Oh, great.
And
go
ahead.
I'm gonna look back at Talvik before the force field gets set, and just be like, "What do you think of this thing? Like, are you getting any readings off of?"
Well, am I getting any, like, as the impromptu science officer on this team, am I getting any, like, readings off of this? Or, because I have an assumption for what this does, but...
Yeah, you weren't picking up any readings of what you would traditionally consider technology until the force field appeared. Okay. That seems relatively familiar. The object in the column doesn't appear to be active
yet.
Yeah, you can tell it's metal, and you can assume it's technological, but it doesn't appear to have like a power source in it, for example.
Okay.
So then the water begins to drain out. There are no like big ports that open up. So maybe there are like very small fissures where the carvings are.
Like controlled osmosis. Like it just drains exactly through the coral.
Yeah, there's no like one place. It just seems to just like absorb into the walls until it's all gone, and it's replaced by An atmosphere that is more or less identical to the atmosphere of the surface of this planet. So not quite exactly the same composition of Earth, but completely breathable.
Bit more sulfur. Smells like dead fish almost.
Yeah. Well, no, it doesn't smell like dead fish. It smells like clean marine smell. Organic and minerally kind of briny.
Yeah.
But not entirely unpleasant. So like fresh fish.
So I'm going to examine this a little bit to see if I can figure out anything that can let me know what it is that they want me to put my hand on.
Well, I mean, there's
like, are there any carvings on it or anything like that?
You think it might undo your gene therapy somehow? Purge the ancient gene from you?
Who knows?
I don't know. They didn't gesture to us to touch it, just you.
Or it could be that I just start piloting the whole planet away somewhere.
Or they need someone that has the ancient gene to power their reactor or something. Good luck. Just touch it. See what happens.
What would happen if Poe touched it?
Poe walks up and touches it. With the glove on or with the glove off?
With the glove off.
So you pull off your glove and go over and touch it. It feels like cold metal. Well, not cold. It would be the same. It's 7 degrees. It's the same temperature as the water was, but it feels like metal. Very smooth. No obvious seams in it. No carvings.
You said that this is like a tetrahedron, connected to something that's descended from the ceiling.
Yeah, there's which appears to be the same material as the rest of the room.
Okay. It's
just like stuck on the end of what might be a stalactite kind of structure, but it's very, very regular.
Does one side have like a 3 on it? One side has a 2. No. Okay.
No.
Darn. Okay. Gonna take off my glove.
Do you have your helmets on or off?
I have not undone any of my suit. Not yet.
Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take my helmet off.
Okay. Now you can tell it smells like briny and minerally and things like that, like fresh fish.
Yeah, I probably started to, and I smelled it, and then I put the helmet back on.
No, it smells good.
Yeah, well, Talvik has a discreet palate.
You have a disgusting worm monster in your belly. I think you can cope with the smell of the ocean. Anyway, so yes.
So noticing that it's probably got something to do with the ancient genes that I've got injected in me. Gonna walk forward to it, look a little around it, try to find a good spot to just put my hand on. Obviously the whole thing could work, but
you can just pick a face.
Yep.
All right. You put your hand on it.
Yep.
What do you happen to be thinking at that moment?
This is so weird.
Okay.
I wish I had my staff.
Oh, no. I'm not gonna screw you over. Cool. So nothing happens. Got your hand on it, and you're just like, this is weird. Wish I had my staff.
So he takes his hand off. Or I take my hand off. Nothing happened.
Poe goes, was something supposed to happen?
I don't know. They told
look
me to
at
put my
me.
hand on it.
What if we all put our hands on it together?
Would that make you happy?
Yes.
Come on, get in group activity.
We all pick a face because it's a tetrahedron.
Right.
There's 3 faces, like, facing us. So
This time it occurs to me that it might be good to know what these people are saying or what these people are trying to tell me to do when I'm putting my hand on it. As I'm putting my hand on it, I'm thinking that. So
Okay, that's probably that's better. Or to put another way, it occurs to you, it's like, oh, wait a second. If this is technology that requires the ancient gene to operate, it might operate the way that the ancient technology operates. So it's a bit more like flying. You leverage like the
where I have
mindset
to
of
think of
flying the
something.
puddle jumper, and you are thinking, yeah, you think about communication. So it doesn't light up or anything like that, but you're all aware of like a building sound. And you can feel a vibration. It starts at subsonic rumbling, and then it builds into a kind of almost a grumble, then not quite a whine, almost like like someone who's inflating a bagpipe, right? Like you can tell that there are notes in there, but it's somewhat discordant, but it's starting to kind of come together. And then you hear a voice. It is not speaking English, but it sounds very much like a terrestrial language. And I would say, since Talvek, because of the huge number of stunt points you generated, you currently still have the benefit of the linguistics. You recognize some of the words or the sounds. Not enough necessarily to understand them currently, but enough to like, oh, this is some sort of human kind of language.
ancient Sumerian.
Maybe, but not ancient Sumerian.
Right.
I mean, well, I don't think Talvek knows ancient Sumerian.
Talvek would not know. This is Duck talking.
But of all the various different languages that the Goa'uld found humans throughout the galaxy to use, this has some few similar sounds and cadences. Not enough for you to really derive meaning, but it is clear that it is a human language of sorts.
Oh, excellent. We have a human on the team. Poe, could you translate?
Okay.
I mean, your body is human. Talvek. But anyway. So, Poe, would you like to try to translate?
Sure.
Go ahead and give me an intelligence ancient language. Or Alteran.
Okay. Oops. 10.
Which isn't terrible. I mean, it's a very, very high check.
You do have a -1 on intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
So
I subtracted already.
But you also pick up, you're like, oh, yeah, a few of those words sound a little bit like other stuff. Like maybe you've heard, but then again, you're not sure because it's not that unusual to like for you, if you listen to people speaking German, like you don't understand what they're saying, but you'll hear a word and you think, oh, that sounds like a word I understand. And you're not sure if you really understand it or not. But you can confirm that it kind of just seems somewhat vaguely familiar. Does Poe speak any languages other than English?
Say Akkadian. No? Okay.
Yourself.
Okay.
Language of
Sign
potatoes.
language.
Okay.
No sign language.
Cool. So which doesn't in this case help.
No.
We don't happen to have like Google Translate on our personal devices.
You might very well. It's just you don't have. I don't think there is the equivalent of a universal translator. I think it's a matter of trying to figure out and then consulting the lexicon. It's a little bit more manual. But your technology is a little bit more advanced than like the old SGC folks would have been using. Yeah. So how would you like to give me an intelligence linguistics to see if you can identify the language, or at least the language family, so that you can begin to pull up the appropriate lexicon on your device?
I would like to first, I don't know if I did like research in downtime on who Ishtar was in human history, but I tried to connect dots there somehow. I tried to say, well, trading partner possibly had influence on human language. Use that language family to start.
Yeah. You can pull up Akkadian, Babylonian, and stuff like that. And there are a few cognates, but that does not appear to be the language.
Okay. So you said intelligence, whatever, or?
Intelligence linguistics.
And I still have that focus?
Yes.
That's not bad. That's 16 with 5 stunt.
16 with 5 stunt. I'm going to call this an investigation roll. So you can spend up to 5 stunt points. May I recommend breakthrough?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You begin to maybe cycle through a few other human languages, and you're picking up some cognates, and then a leap of inspiration strikes you, and you actually go to Ancient or Alteran. And your handheld computer will tell you it's an 80% match, to the extent that you can start to actually, or it can start to actually decipher the spoken language. But because you are so inspired, and because your symbiote, maybe one of its previous hosts was a linguist, begin to apply some sort of standard algorithms to account for consonantal drift, like puz become buzz and viz becomes f, and some of the vowel substitution. And very quickly, you still don't have the entire lexicon. Some of the meaning is deduced through some contextual clues. But this is Alteran as if people had kept speaking it for potentially hundreds of thousands of years. The Alterans were highly literate, and highly literate advanced societies tend to be less susceptible to diversification of language and the creation of subdialects that then become separate languages as less literate people. And they could basically have instantaneous travel to any of the worlds that they connected, so that they had basically real-time, constant kind of linguistic corrective mechanisms.
So there
So-
wasn't a like isolation shift.
Who knows? But it could be a very, very long time of subtle shifting. But yes, this is some evolution of Alteran. And it is a telling of the history of the friendship between our people and the Solosians. They were discovered as our people were exploring the galaxy. There were early conflicts. We were the first terrestrial beings that they had encountered. There were great confusions. We saw them as animalistic. They saw us as fearsome and alien. But over time, we learned to bridge the communication gap and formed a close relationship, trading partners and cultural exchange. Their society is beautiful. Their spirituality is very deep. And we have found them to be great allies. They, for a time, explored the stars. They never took to using our gates. But they were certainly very advanced when we found them, and through technological exchange, did in fact build starships. But their world is so rich and diverse that the urge to explore that we find in ourselves really didn't resonate with them. It goes on as a history of the peaceful coexistence and friendship and exchange between our people and the Solosians.
There's
And-
no like bloody end to the story.
No.
And I deduce that our people this is referencing are the Alterans and not the Jinn, because of the device and the gene required to activate it and the language spoken. Or is the shift in the language enough for me to assume that it might actually be the Jinn that is our people? Or is there not enough information?
I think you kind of have to just like, I'm going to say, what does Talvek think?
Alvik thinks there's not enough information.
Yeah. Because I think you have it all. It is an evolution of Alteran that was probably that potentially took 100,000 years.
Yep.
Which isn't really the way language drift happens, but whatever. But they're aliens. And they are describing a similar relationship to what Rabiel described.
Yeah.
That based on what he could remember.
Okay.
But who knows?
But that would mean that the Alterans and the Jinn were the same people, but separated through time. Which is something that I don't think Talvek assumes yet.
You haven't been. This is I think, maybe only indication that you have that might be true.
Okay. Cool. Wheels are turning. No conclusion yet.
Yeah. Other than the fact that the Jinn also make Stargates.
Yeah, but differently.
Yeah.
Same fundamental, but different application.
Same fundamental, a bit more advanced.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
More refined, shall we say. So, it is effectively a primer on the relationship between the two species. And it will repeat as long as you keep your hand. I mean, it's like a 3-minute message. As long as you keep your hand on the device, all tech, and are thinking about communication, it will repeat.
Which I probably let it repeat like once. And then I'm just like, oh my God, I've already heard this.
Boring.
Was this your doing? Do we still need to be touching it, all three of us? Was that what activated it?
I believe it activated the same way that I can fly the ship or pilot the pedal jumper.
Oh, I removed my hand that I had been, and I resealed the glove.
Yeah, nothing changes.
Well,
it will continue to play until Altec basically thinks this has to stop, and it will stop.
Well, Altec, if there's something else you might want to think.
Well, is there anything else we want to know?
What happened?
Oh yeah, I start thinking about the generator area to find out what happened there.
Cool. You do kind of projecting down from the and this thing is kind of up high, so you guys have had to like reach your hands up. Projecting down from the tip of this inverted pyramid, basically, is a hologram. And it looks to be a topographical map of the local area. And that same voice will start giving a readout of Solosian capital city. Current power generation at 75%. There is a persistent alarm. It appears that the city has fallen under attack. Detecting multiple corpses. It appears the city is abandoned.
If it has that sensor, maybe there's historical sensors. How long ago was it destroyed? I'm stream of consciousness, just narrating what I'm thinking, so Altic can also potentially think it, if he wants.
And I think first I'd probably want to know if it can tell me who attacked.
Searching.
Like if it can give me like a visual something.
Yep. Searching. The hologram kind of scrubs backward, like it judders, and it stops on a scene of one of these massive whale-like beasts with the long trailing tentacles, kind of swimming around and investigating the city. And threat assessment, not responsible for the destruction of the city, and a couple of other instances until there is a scene. It appears that this device is maybe connected to like a single sensor, and it's able to gather very high definition scans of the local area, but it's like it can't switch the point of view to be within the city. But it did record multiple bursts of light in quick succession, primarily coming from the power generation, but also scattered throughout the city. And shortly thereafter, a number of the Solosians came to this facility, which has great cultural and spiritual significance to them. It's a birthing and mating place, which in their culture has a strong spiritual connotation. It scrubs backward a little bit further, maybe a few hours, and it appears that there was some sort of pitched battle in the city between the Solosians. Some of the Solosians were appearing to wrest control. There was a lot of bloodshed. And then it kind of runs it forward at a little bit of a fast speed, and it's displaying or voicing over basically a description of exactly what I'm saying. You know, that it appears that there was some sort of civil unrest, warring factions set upon each other, and then it appears that one of those warring factions, multiple members of that faction, spontaneously immolated, detecting heat and radiation trails, and it will switch to like an IR mode or some sort of additional scanning, and you can see that as in the distance these little figures burst into a fireball of light, there's a trail moving faster than bubbles, so propelling out of that conflagration towards the surface. I would say it's able to track them to the surface and perhaps a bit beyond, but they appeared to ascend into the atmosphere.
Okay. And then what was Talvik wanting?
Just how long ago was this?
Weeks.
Weeks. And our meeting with Rabiel was how long ago?
Days.
Okay.
But, because I see where your head is going, the timing coincides with the first activation of the gate on the junkyard, or shortly thereafter.
Oh, anything you'd like to know?
Do the fish people know what potatoes are?
They might have sea potatoes.
Poe's wondering about the whale tentacle creatures, whether they're friends with the sea creatures that they met, or if they're enemies, or how that relationship coexists. I don't know. Also, sea bunnies.
So first I'll ask about the whales, about any information about them.
Yes,
tentacles.
they are an apex predator, and they are one of the things that helped the Solosians to evolve. They had to learn to work cooperatively and create tools and fortified structures to protect themselves. They are obviously no match, but the tentacled creatures are not particularly intelligent. They are not nearly as intelligent as a earth whale. They're more or less opportunistic feeders. And even though they're massive and could absolutely destroy this city, they will go to the easiest source of nourishment. And so by banding together, the Solosians learned that they could drive them away. And then as their technology advanced, they found sonic and pheromone-based tools to help to keep the creatures at bay. So they didn't have to worry about fighting them.
And I'm gonna think about a rabbit that is underwater.
Yeah,
There's actually sea slugs that look like little rabbits that are called sea bunnies, and they took Japan by storm, and everybody loves them.
there is some sort of analogous. At first, the computer or AI system initiates a medical scan on you to make sure that you're not having some sort of seizure or mental episode. And when it determines that you are fine, it asks you to refine your query, and then it settles on sea life that matches that parameter. And in fact, there is some sort of it's not 2 ears; it kind of has 3 appendages across the top, big kind of doughy eyes, or they're not quite full eyes; they're primitive eyes. But there is some large 3-foot long bottom feeding creature that is slightly kawaii. And it will begin to talk about its feeding and reproductive behaviors, which are in fact the same. It ejects a toxic spike on the end of its tongue, and injects digestive fluid into its prey, and then slowly absorbs it. But it also contains some genetic material that it will pass to others of its kind who are gravely injured, but they can regenerate their tissue quite well. So their mating is very much like fighting, and offspring result when one or both of the parties don't die. So they're not cute and lovable. But they look cute and lovable.
And then I'm going to ask more information about these fish creatures.
Yep. It can tell you a lot about their culture, about their history, to the fact that the Alterans understood it. Some of their practices are... There is a rudimentary understanding of their spiritual practices, but they don't have a concept of gods or separate divinity. They have a concept that their belief in the nature of reality is cyclical. Their concept of individuality is very, very different. Like they are individuated. They have names, for example, but the value they place on the individual is lower. Even their leaders are appointed or maybe bred. It's kind of hard to know for sure. But their leaders are created to serve a specific function and don't necessarily have authority or power over others the way that you might expect in a terrestrial civilization. They simply have the duty to coordinate. And it has to do with their singing more than it has to do with their mental aptitude. So much of their total mentality is caught up in their perception of space, which is also their perception of sound, that the people who are the most skilled at singing are placed in roles where they coordinate others because they can convey more complex concepts more efficiently. So you can learn as much as you want. It's very fascinating.
Yeah.
For a xenoethnologist, it would be like, oh my god, this is perfect. But
security guard, it's just like
the AI will educate you on any element of their culture that you would like.
I think I'd like to know a little more about recent customs, just to help us when we need to leave.
Yes. The computer will, or the AI rather, will say that the last visit from our kind was 10,000 years ago. And then reason for suspended contact unknown. But their culture appears to have evolved but not changed significantly since the last time our people were here. I think the AI is probably smart enough to say it would be good to familiarize yourself with basic customs. They are a proud-ish people. They respond poorly to aggression. Give them time. However, they are very reasonable, and while they show minimal curiosity about us, our culture, our biology, our reproductive habits, it's very likely they find us revolting. Have historically been very happy to trade for technology, for materials that are rare in their environment. And the primary objective of our previous trade missions has been to acquire their biotechnology.
I would like to know more about the recent intra-species conflict, like the
between the Solarians.
Yeah, but among the Solarians, yeah.
Solarians.
Solarians.
Solarians are the little gecko people from Mass Effect.
Yep.
Tell what I've been watching a lot lately.
Who are super cute, by the way. They're my fave. Yeah. Unknown. Intertribal warfare is a thing of this culture's ancient past. They are inherently cooperative. And they live in an environment that is vast and rich in resources to sustain their life. So they have no need for militarization beyond protecting themselves from the largely fauna-based threats in their environment. The idea of armies and war among each other is almost unheard of.
But it's not like there was a grassroots movement that this thing could pick up.
I think with sorry, I was opening some water. I think with the repeated query, it will scrub back further in time and it detects similar radiation signatures very occasionally for the past, well, several thousand years.
Oh, really?
None of the immolation, no conflict.
Oh, okay.
But whatever that specific radiation signature that was detected leaving the bodies after they burst into flame, it picks up just occasional hints.
That's curious. And how did we find the gate address to the junkyard?
I don't think you know.
Okay.
That wasn't part of the briefing.
Well, then that would be something I would like to find out, because the time is funny.
It is.
Coincidence.
I think you probably assumed it was just on the list, and I think the only thing that was communicated to you is on the list of places that had not been explored, and that a malp had been sent through sometime previously. Your file you can look that up on your tablet. Your file would say that the first activation of the gate and the first sending of a sensor of a probe through was coincidentally not that long before whatever event happened here. But you don't have any record as to, it's not explicitly called out like what database this came from, or so you just assumed it was in one of the ancient databases.
I wouldn't expect it to be on the tablet. Just wanted to know. Cool. How do we communicate with them on our own?
Okay,
yeah, that's my
okay.
inquiry.
So I'll tech.
I was kind of wondering that too.
Your arm is cramping because you're holding it up towards the ceiling this entire time.
I'm just like, I wish I brought a chair.
Right.
Where's my staff? I need to lean against it.
Right. The AI will say, detecting a ship of our design? Question mark. Its systems are non-standard, but I can interface with it.
Excellent.
I
believe it means the puddle jumper.
Do you want the alien AI to interface with your puddle jumper?
Ah, man, if only I was like a techie, but no, I'm a diplomat.
I think it could provide us some information on how to communicate with these people. And we've already let someone else hack our systems.
Yep.
Do we have to lose?
I mean, you might be losing a lot every second that you spend here, but we'll see.
I channel my inner Sky. Okay, let's do it.
All right. It will inform you that it successfully replicated a communication program and installed it on your ship.
Okay. Well, my arm hurts. So
anything else?
Take it off.
Did you? Okay. Just like, well, cool.
If we need more, I'll put my other hand up. But
no further questions.
Okay. So then I put back on my helmet and my glove.
And stand around.
And stand around, yeah.
I think it probably takes a good long while. And maybe a few of the solutions kind of come and look through the force field, like what are they doing? They're just standing there. This has not lived up to their expectations, is quite clear. They were expecting something very particular to happen that didn't happen, so they are confused. But eventually, when it's apparent that you're all just going to sit there until you die of starvation, eventually water begins seeping out of the walls, refills it, and the force field drops as soon as it's full. And the leader swims in and kind of, I mean, they don't have expressive faces, but it kind of tilts its head at you and looks from each of you and looks particularly at you, Altec. You can feel the pressure of the subsonics as it tries to speak to you.
What I think we probably should do is gesture towards the puddle jumper so we can access the communications.
Mm-hmm.
It seems willing, but maybe somewhat reluctant. But as you sort of gesture, it will eventually make way for you. There are a couple of the larger ones that are just outside the opening to this chamber. So as you swim out, they're right there. They have some sort of spear ready just in case. But yeah, you with some assistance from the leader to help guide you back to the larger chamber, you arrive there.
Okay.
I would like to enter the puddle jumper if possible.
Two of the guards that are closest to the puddle jumper kind of move in to block you, and then a subsonic wave, and they stop and allow you to pass.
I don't have the gene,
Right.
so I can't do anything.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to follow, yeah.
Okay. You are allowed to make your way into the puddle jumper. They seem perplexed. Likely they assume that you're just going to leave.
Do I need to sit in the pilot seat to be able to access it, or
There's a physical interface that you need to be able to make contact with.
okay? So I'm gonna sit down in it and access they're probably getting really worried now.
Yeah. I'll even say
But
that they swim back away because they're expecting this thing to take off.
But then I access the translator.
Yeah, you can confirm that there is a new program. It's very sophisticated.
And I'm gonna set it up to broadcast over at least the internal speakers.
There's external.
Or the external, okay. We'll set it up to broadcast over the external speakers.
Yeah,
Do I have
unlike
to stay in for it to work, or do
yeah.
Okay.
You basically have to be seated in the chair with your hands on this kind of pad to maintain control. You know that it's possible to set up like a remote control device to activate the cloaking field and a variety of other things, but that's kind of like an aftermarket hack. This is a fresh off the showroom or original condition puddle jumper.
Okay.
Your experience in interacting with this program is a little different. You have just trained yourself to think the right way to activate the puddle jumper's navigation systems, etc. This seems to almost anticipate. There is an eagerness in the experience. Like you just start to think about, okay, I need to find a way to activate external speakers. I didn't even know there were external speakers. Okay, well I need to turn okay. And before you have a chance to really compose yourself,
A little hologram of a paperclip comes up. Says, "It seems like you're trying to speak Alteran. Can I help you with that?"
yeah. So no, before you are even able to compose yourself, you are now broadcasting everything you think.
So I think probably the best idea would be to Talvik, if you have anything to say, just say it through the communicator. If you're talking with them outside,
Isn't it broadcasting your thoughts?
Well, so it started broadcasting your thoughts. So, and what's happening is that it's communicating subsonically. But it broadcasts like, oh, gee, I wonder how this thing works, and maybe we should do this. That's the first message to this species. And you can see them all like react and like wonder, like, oh, they're communicating with us. Like, oh, they have no idea what they're doing. Wait a second. There's a little bit of a reaction. But then your thought is, oh crap, I shouldn't be broadcasting my thoughts, and it stops broadcasting the thoughts. You have the thought, we should probably allow Talvik to speak. And yes, it is now, you can tell that it is now configured to communicate whatever is spoken on the interior of the puddle jumper, translate it out. It, by the way, didn't used to be able to speak English. It can now. It has read your linguistic database, not only on the puddle jumper, but also on your devices.
that's useful.
Yeah. Probably a breach of a couple security protocols, but
It's super
not my
helpful. It's
department.
going to love it when it goes back to Phoenix Command and can interface with the main computers there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of warning that we have to dictate command again.
You think
It's
that, and
fine.
it says, "I'm sorry, I can't let you do that."
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dave. You
Uh,
seem upset, Dave.
yeah. Um, I'll repeat the first message that uh I said. We are explorers. Um, we mean you no harm. Uh,
You are different from the air breathers.
correct.
But one of you is the same.
One of us has been modified to use their technology.
We understand. One of you is bred to speak the way they speak. This makes sense. We did not know there were other air breathers.
There are many. Not all peaceful. Not all explorers.
As soon as you say there are many, there's a sound. It doesn't translate into words exactly, but if it would, it'd be like, ew, gross. like there's like a general sound of ugh. They probably think of the thought of, like, they probably know or remember stories of like surface worlds and being inhabited by air breathing creatures. But just like there's more kinds of them. Ew. All like doughy and blubbery and ugh, can't even breathe a proper substance. Yeah, there's a little bit of a factor there, but again, not a word, just an involuntary reaction of or grumbling in the crowd is kind of how it sounds. Why have you come here?
We are explorers. We came into acquisition of knowledge of a system of new Chapa'ai. The gate.
The way you travel.
The way we travel. We learned of this location as a old a proud civilization of a trading partner to the owners of this new database.
Yes.
Do you still trade with them?
No. They have not visited us in translation thousands of years. Since long before the memory of our eldest.
Well, they have changed. They and I try to recount a bit of what I know of the history that they may be unaware of.
Yeah. So you're basically saying that they transcended, or they moved into a different world.
Yep.
And they say they seem confused. It is a novel concept to them. Maybe they'll ask a few questions, but it's that they'll eventually say, we don't understand this. It doesn't seem like we don't believe you. It's more just like I just am having a hard time even picturing what you're talking about. It's an alien concept.
Yeah. And they left behind a lot of technology, and their influence on other air breathers made those cultures even more diverse, and some used it for power. We use it for exploration and defense, if necessary.
So, you wish to trade?
If possible, your civilization seems very advanced.
But you travel from world to world.
We do. Is that something that you would be interested in? I thought as much.
But technology.
Well,
do you have our and then there's a gap, as some very complicated concept is like the AI is searching for something that will resonate. Our seeds.
do not believe so.
This is how
create the structures.
Yes.
Yes, we do not possess this technology.
Well, the air breathers from before found it very interesting. We are always we are happy to share.
Do you happen to know the technology behind deep frying?
No. And there's a big pause and probably a weird cavitation, as the AI also has a very hard time trying to translate into something that will resonate with them. And it probably winds up like some weird random conglomeration, because it's very unlikely that they cook.
Okay. Well, yeah, but I don't really know if we want to go back and forth through this this entire exchange. But
I'm curious. Like, are you attempting to at least negotiate a preliminary arrangement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What sort of preliminary arrangement are you looking to negotiate? And are there any questions that you need to answer in what is probably an hours-long conversation?
Right.
Like, specifically, is there anything you're trying to know or anything you're trying to persuade them of during that time?
During the preliminary trade, more of novel and cultural exchange rather than any sort of cornerstone military technology or stuff like that. Just to establish a friendly dialogue between the two cultures.
Yeah, they have zero interest in learning about your culture.
Right.
And it's kind of like, respectfully, but y'all gross. So no. They are very, very interested in any gene therapy, genetic engineering technology that you have.
Interesting.
I'd also like to go back to that metal thing and find out more about these seeds that they were talking about.
Oh, yeah, the Talbeck was correct. It is how it is an engineered organism that it's as much technology as it is organic, but it's an engineered organism that can be programmed to create sophisticated structures that have integrated force fields, integrated light sources, integrated warming or oxygenation. Like most of the functionality is like specific to their particular needs. So like if they need a warmer room with higher oxygen to nourish their eggs and young, they can simply communicate subsonically with the substance and it will rearrange itself to provide the necessary environment.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if maybe either Talvek or I would know about what these seeds would be. Like if we've seen them in past.
Nope.
Anything.
Nope. Totally novel.
Yeah.
And none of you are engineers, but they will assure you that the air breathers from before found a variety of uses for them. That they were never particularly curious what those uses were, but that technology clearly had significant value to them.
That's good enough for me. I would like to negotiate that, give them knowledge on gene therapy, or at least what we know,
Which isn't a lot.
which isn't a lot. True.
Are you going to try to convince them that you know more than you know?
No.
Okay.
No.
So
we're setting up people to come back here.
right.
Mm-hmm.
They are willing to entertain a more, and I think through conversation they understand that you're more like, you're not a trade delegation, you're an exploratory force or exploratory group, but that there are others that are scientists and negotiators, etc., that have the authority and the resources to really directly answer their questions and better understand their needs and suit them. Would you?
I just like to give them an idea of the kind of people that we are and what we might be interested of them and what they might be interested of us. Yeah.
They will agree, and this is reminiscent of something that Rabiel mentioned. They will agree to reestablish a presence near the gate. They will give you free use of that land for the purposes of trade. They request, however, and you're welcome to explore the land. They don't care about it, but there's nothing of value there. But you people seem to be really interested in like air stuff, so have at it. Who cares? But they do say we don't like to, especially after recent events. We don't. It would be distressing if many of you were present. But we must adapt ourselves quickly.
About recent events, a similar kind of, we noticed where we were in the capital city, I believe, of yours, of the destruction and death.
Demons.
Our home had also recently been visited by demons.
Ah. It's a shame. They caused nothing but destruction.
We believe that they might be related in some way, a distant cousin to the ones that you once traded with.
I think that just confuses them because it gets back into ascension and what that means. They're just like, but they don't breathe air. They're demons. And demon isn't, I mean, it's not precisely the context because their spirituality is very different, but it's the closest word in English.
Yeah, it's translated.
Yeah. So. And they are more than happy, I mean, not more than happy, but they will volunteer that demons are not unknown. They take individuals. They hide. That there's a general sense of maybe paranoia, almost superstition, that reminds you of, well, certainly maybe would remind Poe, if Poe could remember history, of like witch panic kind of stuff, like unusual individuals or people who didn't seem to fit. There was some suspicion that perhaps they were possessed. And as their culture evolved and adapted, they got a little bit more sensitive, but they also know for a fact that every once in a while, there 100% was an individual or a few individuals that were possessed. That some of what they have done is with their culture, and what they're most interested in with genetic engineering is they believe that susceptibility to that kind of possession is genetic. Like there are certain families in which it never occurs, and certain families in which, at least in their folklore, it occurs more frequently. So they have attempted, with the sort of advancements they were able to gain through the old air breathers and just their own research, to breed out that susceptibility. And they thought that that had worked until not that long ago. And there's a great sense of sadness and confusion, but not like, oh my God, we lost our loved ones. Because they don't have that kind of preciousness about individual life. But a sense of loss nonetheless, and concern. Hundreds of their people were possessed. And it caused great consternation and direct conflict. And then they all turned into fire. The majority of them they believe the majority of them were attempting to destroy or sabotage their power generation and transmission capabilities, potentially to destroy the entire city. But they were stopped. When their efforts were thwarted, and when the majority of the saboteurs were surrounded, they all burst into light, destroying the individuals that they had possessed.
Well, that is a bit more than what happened on our planet. But
count yourself lucky. Or perhaps they're there and you don't know.
Possibly. But it happened at almost the same time. Perhaps there's more there. Maybe if we share this information of what we know about the demons and what you know, it might help both of us.
Yeah. There's a murmuring in the background that is picked up by the translator that translates as "the great ice is coming." And then the leader will say, "No, there's no such thing." And we'll try to explain that. Yeah, it's their word for the end of the world. Right. Armageddon. There's a little bit of fearfulness, and the leader calms them to say, no, the great ice is not coming. This is a scientific issue, not a spiritual one.
A large reason for many of the air breathers to explore is to ensure the survival in case something such as the big ice happens to their planet. Do you have, is this your only home?
Yes.
That saddens me.
Your sadness is unfortunate, but irrelevant. It doesn't sadden us. We like it here.
Mm-hmm. I was hoping to play into that fear of like the big ice of the world ending to kind of spark their, or at least sow the rumor of their
maybe.
So like, if possible, roll and like get stunt points for like using
why not?
The specifically, I'm trying to use the stunt attack action in a social context.
I mean, why not?
Because my aim is to get some like a hidden message. To this,
you want to disrupt their culture. I've got it.
I want to sow the seeds of exploration.
Sow the seeds of internal dissent.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask for my staff back before he does it.
Right. We'll get you that back when you leave. We're still not entirely sure about you, by the way. But yeah, we won't keep it. You can have it, but later. You were saying, no, we have zero desire to, this is this to some degree is a concept. This desire to leave your home is like, they get it. Like they understand it conceptually, but they can't imagine how any intelligent creature would want to leave their home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because their home is vast.
Yeah.
Yeah, unlike terrestrial species, which only have on most planets can really only access a little bit of the space and a few of the resources. Mm-hmm. They've got just the total area that they can inhabit is so massive that it's like another planet. There's no way that we would ever want to go there.
But there is the fear that was voiced about the big ice.
Yeah,
so.
They don't like the idea of being extinguished, but I think
that's what I would like. I'd like to.
Yes, give it a try. There might be some who would prefer the sort of annihilation they would associate with being in a different world. Wow, that worked. With the sort of annihilation that would happen of them all dying. But we'll see. But yeah, that's 6 stunt points. So. Wow. Yeah, we'll say there's a little bit of murmuring when you wax rhapsodic about other worlds and other oceans, and like you start talking about the chance to discover new things and explore, and there's a lot of gross. And it's like, no, there's many places that are just like this that are very familiar and comfortable, picking up on some of the cues that eventually, if the great ice were to come. Climate change or some sort of stellar event, there are other homes that would be very familiar. And then there's probably a little bit of,
And then you might be able to come back once the ice is over. Like, it's just a...
Yeah. The speaker will be like, that's very complicated, and that's a lot for us to consider. Thank you for your concern for our people.
Sure.
But maybe can we stick to trade instead?
So what you're saying is a cetacean ops is not like immediate, but it is possible.
It's possible.
Got it. Okay.
In maybe. And maybe as they genetically modify themselves, they might decide to breed out the desire to be homebodies. Who knows?
Oh, we'll find out.
I mean, you won't because it'll happen thousands of years in the future, but...
Sure. Fine.
But yes,
yeah.
you have destroyed their culture. They just don't know it yet. Congratulations.
Good. Like all diplomats should.
You have so violated the Prime Directive. But that's okay.
Yep. Different show.
Yeah. Cool. So yes, you have secured their agreement. Would you like to take a seat with you?
Yes.
That is going to require a persuasion.
Okay. So I get a +6 to this roll because this is what I was built for.
Yep.
18.
Yeah. Easy enough. You've offered them something that they're very interested in. They understand that you're motivated to, or believe that you're motivated to solve the problem of the demons that perhaps you are likewise afflicted, which might help them solve their problem. So they're not, I mean, they weren't going to just give it to you for free out of the goodness of their hearts, but on the basis of the arrangement and the knowledge exchange that you've conducted so far, with a little bit of persuasion, they will give you a seed. And it's a very high roll. They will also give you one of the crystals.
Ah. Okay. An ancient detector.
Yes, but also it detects the possessed.
Ooh.
And by detects, it forces the demon out, which is usually a very explosive process.
So it was a bomb.
Well, it was more like a detonator in case you were the bomb.
Yeah. Cool.
But yes, it can detect. It can obviously detect those with certain genetic markers.
Good. Good. I may not be communicating with you in the future, but more of our people will. I hope this is the beginning of a good partnership.
Yes. There's a sense, or just in the kind of in whatever formal kind of greetings and goodbyes. It's like, sorry, I won't come back. It's like, we don't care. You're all the same to us.
Right.
It's like we've never once asked your name, bro. Any more than they have given. I mean, I think the closest is that there's the one who speaks for the others, and that's like as close as you got to a name.
And before the proceedings finish, I casually ask, one of us wants to poke one of you.
For what purpose? I do not believe we are genetically compatible.
I don't know.
Is this an air breather custom?
Not quite.
Take care of this.
I mean, so yes, one of them will, the same brave one that was going to sacrifice their life in case Talvek proved to be possessed, will swim up to the force field and allow itself to be, I assume, gently poked by Poe.
Yes, very gently.
Just it is with a glove or without a glove?
Without a glove?
It's firm and very smooth.
So like a potato.
No, it's like a fish. It has a little bit more give than a potato. And it's, cool. And it just kind of sits there and looks at you.
That might be an avenue of trade. Like giving them fish that they haven't seen or.
So you want to crash their ecosystem too? Okay.
Yeah.
Introduce invasive species. Perfect. Perfect. I mean, Poe probably just gave them some horrible disease that will kill them all, but maybe not. But yeah, why don't you drop Like what is an invasive carp that wreck everything? Yeah, sure, that'll be fine. That won't destroy the world. Hey, maybe you could dump all your microplastics into their ocean.
Relate to the big ice.
And they say the Tok'ra aren't just Goa'uld in sheep's clothing. Anyway, thank goodness the translator isn't directly translating your thoughts. But yes, I'm going to say that it's a couple of hours of conversation, and a few places where it bogs down, especially when you start talking about ascendance or really anything about yourself and your existence in the air, because they just kind of like, ugh. There's a sense of, there's just a deep sense that they don't find that a proper way to exist. And they're perfectly happy to converse because they recognize that you are intelligent creatures. It's just that when you remind them that you live in the air, they just kind of go, ugh. But yeah, send more of you as long as there's someone who can speak for you. It doesn't really matter. Whoever is the person who's appointed to speak for your people is the same person as you in their mind. Just like this individual may not be the one who is speaking later, but you are the same person, same identity. So cool.
Perfect. Yep.
Also, we have a pill that you can take to kill that parasite that you have in you, by the way. Because we get lots of parasites because we're sea creatures. So if you'd like, we can take care of that for you.
It is a symbiote. It helps me and I help it.
Even more gross. It's like, oh, my best friend, the tapeworm. They're like, you people are weird. And that's fine. Whatever. Just give us genetic engineering tech and we'll be happy.
I was like, I don't have one of those.
Good. You must be a superior air breather. I don't know. Gross. Anyway, you're making us very uncomfortable now. Also, this is kind of a sacred space, so we have some serious mating to do because we have some people to replace from the people who turned into balls of fire. So,
well, best of luck with that. And I rated the ship.
Yes.
Hopefully they've put the staff on.
Yes. Once you signal your readiness to depart, one of them will swim in and deposit the staves in the water-filled cargo compartment. They don't.
I think we did a good job here.
Yeah, they don't like wave goodbye. Like the little children don't swim out and go, "Oh, starship," because they could not care less. But they will be prepared when you return.
Oh, still waves goodbye.
Yeah. And what is wrong with that creature's arm?
Cargo bay slowly closes, whatever.
Yeah. And then repressurizes with air, waving out the window as they just, these big fixed eyes that don't ever blink, just kind of, they certainly do watch. Let's see if you, Altec, let's see if you wreck their shrine on the way out.
What, they don't provide a taxi service too?
I mean, if you ask them to, they will. I'm just pointing out that Altec is going to need to do the thing where you fire this thing up and fly it out. What's a relatively narrow crevice in a very culturally sensitive location.
Yeah, it might be good to have them like carry us to the outside of the sensitive area.
Okay, so you can communicate. Hey, can you give us a lift? We don't want to run into the sides of your chamber. And they kind of go, air breathers are so weird. And then they do. They will lift it up, set you on the sea floor next to that crevice, and then swim back down. One of the big tentacle whales floats nearby.
Good, a challenge.
I mean, you can go try to attack it if you want, if you're in your weaponless, in this thing that it could swallow in one chomp.
Let's examine the inside.
Yes, you could learn a lot about their biology, specifically their digestive tract. Hey, why don't you take off under the ocean and see how good you are at navigating?
Yep, let's do that.
That's dexterity piloting.
$14.
Which is pretty good. It's not that hard. It maybe is not like, you may be a little glad that they aren't watching because it's not like the most impressive takeoff. But this is also like the second time you've ever launched one of these or flown one of these as a pilot. And the first time was in a very controlled environment in the air. And this is deep, deep underwater. But yes, eventually you get the hang of it back. It is a psychological impression you have, but the translation program, it seems to want to help translate your thoughts into commands.
Oh.
Like you are aware, even though you are no longer actively communicating with the Slosians, you are aware that that program is active and is monitoring your speech and thoughts. Almost like a little bit of a backseat driver. Like it's not actually clippy, but it has a little bit of a, you sure you don't want me to? I can do that.
Turn left here. No.
Like particularly when you're like trying to get reoriented to communicate with the ancient systems, there's a little bit of like a no, it's like this. Do you encourage it or not?
No.
Okay. So it just is going to sit there and listen. Cool. But yes, you fly up. Are you going anywhere or doing anything, or are you flying straight back to Phoenix Command?
As the security officers, do you have any opinion on bringing a potentially hostile AI back to directly back to main base?
Just about to address that.
Okay, just checking.
So I think we're gonna land on the island. I'm gonna, since I'm still connected with the AI, I'm probably just gonna I'm thinking about how to word this right. Like, ask it to shut down its communication ability for a bit. Like, not internal, but like Wi-Fi, basically.
Yeah, sure. It seems to comply.
Then we'll dial up to let them know the situation and ask them if we should bring the puddle jumper back through.
How about you make a recommendation and attempt to convince them?
Is that a roll?
Well, what is your recommendation?
My recommendation would be to bring it back.
Okay.
Study it more.
Cool.
But to have safeguards in place.
Okay.
Because obviously even today in Earth world, we have the ability to like localize a network.
Yeah.
For
yeah, go ahead and give me a it's going to be a communication check. However, treat it as if you have a specialty, because you're making a security recommendation.
Okay.
And that is your official role. And you're not like, come on, guys, I want to have it. Like it's a puppy. You're conveying your security assessment, but maybe not in the most elegant way.
It's got a 13.
That's sufficient. Yeah, a couple of questions will pop back. It's like, it's not like dangerous, right? It's not like it's it doesn't appear to be hostile. You're more concerned about, given its origins, not accidentally infecting command systems.
Exactly.
Yeah. They'll have some computer techs come and examine it, and probably download it into a separate computer and scrub the systems on the puddle jumper, so they can have some techs look it over.
Also, I'll probably let them know that this is also a great way of communicating with the species.
The tactical value is very high, particularly given that and we'll say this is whatever Jace will pop over General Ross's shoulder and say, "Oh, this is great. I was just theorizing that because this new network was never accessible to the Goa'uld and doesn't appear to have been used during the Alterations as they were transmitting human life throughout the galaxy, it's very likely that life forms that we find in this network are going to be less likely to speak paradoxically like ancient German or have a Scottish accent or whatever stuff. Like the galaxy is real weird, but it's very likely that we might need more effective translation technology than we have today, because who knows what we'll find in this new network. Probably fewer humans. So yeah, bring it back. I can't wait. Hey, General, can I be on the team to examine it? It's like, you're not a computer tech, Jace. It's like, yeah, I know, but whatever. It's like, shut up. All right. Bring my ship back.
Okay. So.
Yep.
Stargate shuts down. We redial.
Yep. And come through.
Bring it on through.
You are not pancaked. They have lowered the force field. You come through and you land, and computer techs come forward and immediately begin running diagnostics on the computer systems. Making sure not to connect. There's a diagnostic going on the main computers here in the gate room to make sure that there's no intrusion. So they took your concerns seriously. Good. And no alarms go off, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah, no pillars of fire.
No pillars of fire.
Yeah,
it's about time. Every time we go through that gate.
So, mission debriefing. You explain to the General and Jace and Sky, who was taking care of some of the folks who got plasma burns from when the columns of fire came down. Sky is very sad that she was not able to make it on your journey, and then you described the disgusting fish people, and she was like, "Never mind. I'm glad I was here." Doesn't sound like this. That doesn't sound like the environment that I would have been able to shine in. But is very intrigued, obviously, by their interest in genetic engineering, and will be, I believe, tasked with helping to put together databases and materials and machinery that can be taken and demonstrated to the solutions as part of the initial trade delegation. Mm-hmm. But yes, a very successful diplomatic/trade mission. Not so successful on the science front.
I'm not a scientist. I don't care about that.
Yeah, but you're a scientist and you're a physician were otherwise occupied. So
yeah.
So
I'm a diplomat. I did a good job.
As far as you know, and no one got killed. Good, good security. So from a security and diplomatic perspective, it was a good successful mission.
During the debriefing, I will ask, or I will mention the timing of the incident on that planet, and after the thousands of years of peace, and the fact that we entered a prison planet a few days prior, and that the Jinn were aware of the gate on that planet being activated. Where did we get that gate address from? And were we to blame? Were our actions inadvertently causing the reactivation of the Jinn?
General Ross is like, well, it was just in the rotation of unexplored gates, as far as I know.
So it was in the Alteran database, the prison planet.
I mean, as far as I know. Okay. Although why that would be, because the gate, if what Rabiel told us that all these gates are subsequent by a long time, and that wouldn't have been in the ancient database, or there was a gate there before and it was replaced. We should go talk to one of our specialists, or you should go talk to one of the specialists. Specialist Johansson, it looks like was the analyst who added this to the list. Yeah, check it out. See if there's anything unusual about the code or about how it was sourced.
Sure. Also, these Solosians are a very superstitious culture, but they did have technology that reacted to those with the Alteran gene. And one such of these things was a crystalline we brought it back.
Yeah, right? You can literally show it. It would have been checked to make sure it's not radioactive or dangerous, but you have it with you. I'll pick it up and go, cool.
It was benign to Oltec, like it glowed, but they said that some of their people are possessed by demons, possibly Jinn interference, based on the weapon energy. So if there is some sort of possession of, if it's capable for them to possess them, it's feasibly possible for them to possess us.
That is very disturbing, Ambassador.
Would you allow Johansson to touch this object?
He'll, it's not dangerous, right?
It's only dangerous if you're possessed.
I mean,
it forces the Jinn out of you.
I find it unlikely that our people are possessed by demons from fish people. But yeah, if it'll make you feel better, sure.
He may explode.
What? You can't go having my specialist explode. So is this a satisfy your curiosity, or is this a blow up a specialist?
This is if the specialist planted the gate of the prison planet on purpose because he is an enemy combatant kind of thing.
Go ahead and give me a communication persuasion. I'm going to apply go ahead.
Yeah, no, okay, fine.
I think the DC from you is a little bit higher, just because this sounds like a bunch of Tok'ra nonsense to him.
Of course.
Like, oh, we have a spy who's hiding inside someone who looks human. Projecting much?
So that's a
stupidly high
21.
roll. Yeah, stupidly high roll.
21. Yeah.
He starts to look at you like, what's your angle here? But you are able to convey just plain sincerity. And so he steps out of his prejudice toward not so much you, although you are a talky, not a shooty, which is one mark against you, and you have a worm in your belly, which is strike 2. But he's able to overlook that for a moment looks to Ultec for and Poe for. Is he serious?
Ultec just nods.
All right.
I think I also play on his paranoia, his distaste of me. Like I look normal, but I've got this thing inside me. But I'm on your side. It's possible that there's something like me that's not on your side.
Okay.
Like
yeah.
But play into that.
He's
Just
probably
to
still.
justify.
Yeah, you guys aren't friends yet, but
No.
you play into some of that ambivalence and turn some of his distaste towards you into reinforcing his suspicion. I don't know whether I hope you're right or I hope you're wrong. This is going to be awkward either way. And then we'll walk to the door and say, "Officer, will you go collect Specialist Johansson and bring him into one of the interrogation rooms or the examination room?"
We'll add that it's safe to humans, that regular humans, non
I mean, I was.
exposed to Jin won't explode.
Well, I mean, I guess this is proof I'm not possessed, right? As he like literally picks it up and holds it. It is apparent
he hasn't undergone the gene therapy.
It is not necessary for a command position. Most of our systems are of, well, a lot of our systems are Tolan make, frankly. But with the exception of certain items on loan from Atlantis and some of the other weirder stuff that I'm not qualified to operate, that's for the eggheads.
Gotcha.
And you know, just sorry, the idea of, you know, look, I know it's scientific, but the idea of putting alien DNA in my own DNA is a little bit much. I mean, I know you wouldn't understand that, but for humans, the idea of having an alien inside us is just a little distasteful. No offense. So,
Speaking of, I probably would have gone aside to Jace and just been like, so these creatures also have this giant metal structure that if you have gene therapy, which I'm sure he has.
Yeah, he jumped at the opportunity.
It was like
He actually wanted to have it multiple times just to get more time than most people.
she's for sure double vaxxed with the gene therapy.
Yeah, so this metal object will literally tell you anything you want to know about this planet.
She's like, oh, General, I have to insist that I be on the first expedition. And he's like, calm down. You insist on being in every expedition and leading every research. Just, you know, maybe we'll talk about it later. How about this? Write me a report. Get it on my desk at 0600 and I'll consider it. And right away, sir. Yeah. Very excited. Cool.
Turns it a 500-page essay.
Right, exactly. that he then just like slips into the wastebasket. Cool. What do you do?
Who wonders if Jace has ever taken a vacation?
Probably not.
Well, his work is his vacation. Or her work.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I keep hearing discount Daniel Jackson.
Right.
And like assuming it's
Jacelyn.
Daniel Jackson.
Yeah, it's Jacelyn, but she goes by Jace. So yeah. The security officer will come back and say, the specialist is in exam room 2.
Is that the fireproof one?
I mean, everything here is fireproof.
Excellent.
I mean, the whole columns of fire coming up from the ceiling didn't set the place ablaze.
Yeah, at least now it's fireproof.
I mean, it was always. It's largely metal and stone. But yeah. Cool. Well, I guess I'll hear it if we have an exploding specialist. And if not, then cool.
Yep, waiting to hear the alarms.
Yep.
So, what do you do?
Popcorn.
Yeah, talk to Johansson or whatever his name was.
Yep. Johansson is a Tauri, who is, maybe probably actually mid-30s, but looks a lot younger. Blonde guy, very tall, a little stooped, glasses, white lab coat, very kind of stereotypical geek, but also like very like a Nordic geek, basically. Has a little bit of, like, we'll say a Swedish accent, but excellent English, very, very smart. Just seems to be somewhat not really concerned, but puzzled. You enter the examination room.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah, Talvek.
yes.
Johansson, it's a pleasure to meet you. I don't think we've been introduced yet.
No, I don't typically work directly with Phoenix teams. Is there something I can help you with?
Yes, actually. We had a question about where you got the address for P4Z135.
Oh, it would have been in mining the ancient database. Well, it specifically would have been mining the ancient database and then applying the stellar drift algorithms. And we never really had, there have been a couple of times where we come across like really complete archives, but usually it's in the middle of a castle that's about to fall into the ocean, taking the Stargate with it, or, some alien force is trying to take it too, and we get a partial. Mm-hmm. So it's a lot of kind of reconstruction of various different databases, and a lot of, frankly, testing. So it would have come out of that.
Okay. Do you remember? Would you be able to find, or are there records of where we got this specific address from? Because it's anomalous. By all records, it shouldn't have been in the Alteran database.
Oh.
It shouldn't. It's not connected. It's separate.
Oh.
It's newer.
Oh. That's...
So you understand our suspicion.
So newer than our freshest data, which would be very, very old. Oh, interesting. I mean, we'd have to go to my station. I mean, I can't do it from memory. I mean, we look at, thousands of potential hits a day. And a lot of it's run by the algorithms that we write and tweak. So it's not like back in the old day with like people at a computer actually trying to figure stuff out. It's frankly a lot of kind of like sitting around and, analytical reviews and stuff like that. It's kind of boring. Speaking of which, if you ever come across any like alien computer systems that you maybe would need some analysis of, or like if you're going to a planet that has like alien or advanced computer systems that you need someone to take a look at, or if you like need an algorithm to help you interpret something or predict something, I'd really be interested in, I mean, I know I'm not technically a member of one of the teams, but I mean, maybe I could be seconded or something. I mean, nothing dangerous, obviously, but I'd be really interested in like, suiting up.
I'll take that into advisement. But let's go to your station and see if we can find those records. But before we go, would you mind touching this? It's just a safeguard. Technology to see if you've been brainwashed.
That's...
Are you going to warn him?
I don't think I've been brainwashed, but then again, if I was brainwashed, but I know I was brainwashed. Ooh. I mean, okay. Well, yeah. I wouldn't know if I've been brainwashed, but what do we do if I have been brainwashed? Is there a way to fix it?
It depends if you're still being brainwashed.
I kind of want to know. Here.
Okay.
He'll reach out and he'll... Is nothing happening good or is nothing happening bad?
Nothing happening is good.
So I for sure haven't been brainwashed.
At least not by the people we're worried about.
Well, that's good news, I guess.
Yeah.
Now you have me worried that I've been brainwashed by other people.
All part of the job. Let's go to your station.
Comes over to Mike and it's just like, thank goodness he didn't explode.
Right. So yeah, he'll lead you into like the main computer lab. That is, always and it's not just the various different ancient databases. It's all kinds of observations from the various different ships, and there's an element of prediction and kind of pattern recognition, where, for example, it's possible to deduce that, like, perhaps there is a Stargate on a world that maybe has been buried or otherwise obstructed. And so, and depending upon its strategic value, it might be worth sending a ship there. So it's a little bit more advanced than it was in the kind of Earthbound days of Stargate Command. But we'll lead you there, and there's a couple of other techs in there, and set up a station and pull it up and search for the record, and we'll say, no, it looks like this was spit out by the algorithm. It doesn't look unusual at all.
Is there any way to tune the algorithm to feed out more of these results? Because this really is anomalous.
I mean, you can do almost anything with an algorithm. Hey, Lucy. A young woman, another Tauri, young Asian woman, comes over. Yeah, so you've been working on one of the gap finder algorithms, right? Is that where this address came from? And she'll say, oh, I don't really know. I mean, I don't keep these. Kind of a similar attitude. She's maybe a little bit more professional than he is. You get the sense that maybe he thinks that she's sort of cute. And so maybe some of her brisk professionalism is a way of, like, firmly friend zoning him.
Mm-hmm.
And she just, I don't, I don't remember every single address. But if it's here, then certainly one of the algorithms detected it. Why? Was it not a viable address?
It was, and I'm choosing my words carefully because I don't know how much of this is, like, but rather I would know how much of it is classified and like not like allowed to be disseminated. But it was. It did not match any of the other locations. It was viable, but it was different.
How was it different?
It was newer.
And if it was newer, algorithms based on if the construction date of the gate was newer than the newest data that we have, the algorithm shouldn't have been able to produce it. Well, it could be a true anomaly.
Which is why we're looking into it.
Or it could have been, or it could be, who knows? That's very, very interesting. Here, let me go check something. I would like everyone to give me a perception empathy check.
Ooh, I'm good at that.
For a second there, I thought we were going to, like, toss the crystal at her and be like, catch.
Well, you could have.
Not yet.
Yeah, question out of character.
Mm-hmm.
Can a computer be possessed by the thing?
You don't know.
Okay.
You know that androids can. So, what are the perception empathy rolls?
15 with doubles.
Cool. Talvek?
Okay. 19 with 6 stunt.
Okay. Poe?
And I have the talent of with a perception empathy roll. I get I get to re-roll it if I fail. So
Okay.
Is 19 enough?
We'll see.
Okay.
And
Okay. 10 for, well, we'll see. A 10 almost certainly won't work. Ooh. Would you like to spend a minor boon, Talvek?
Yes.
Just for fun.
Yes. If the DM asks you that, you say yes.
Because that was a tie.
Did they also get stun points?
Yep.
6 of them?
Yep.
Okay, then.
Yep. And if you're curious, the die roll was 336.
Oh, so they got 3 stun points.
No. 3 and then 6 on the stun die.
Oh, yep. Sorry.
Let me go ahead and use that minor boon. And I think you guys can. I think only I can use Banes, but you guys can. But I'll do it. Minor boon. Cool. There we go. So yes, that will get you. So your alarm bells don't go off at all. As she walks away, you're just like, oh, who knows? Because everything, and then your alarm bells start to go off as she briskly makes her way toward her station.
I briskly
Starts keying something into the computer.
I briskly follow as faster than her brisk Nate. And I just surreptitiously tap the thing, the shell against her.
Oh, okay. I would like you to give me a fighting brawling.
I'm not good at this.
You got 3 stun points, but it doesn't succeed.
Yeah. But remember the fortuitous roll that I mentioned, it's the 3 threes. So
Yeah, I mean it's good.
So party, should I keep this roll? Is this something that we want to fail? Do we want to see what happens?
Major Bane. I'm just going to impose a major bane. So to take the decision out of your hands.
I still have a conviction.
Yeah, but there's no way to overcome. And
okay, got it.
Yeah, I mean you can still use your conviction to like not die or other things like that. But I'm going to impose the major bane as a complication or a situational situation. You are thinking about precisely that. Like you had it with you and you're like, just in case maybe tap her with it. She is much more situationally aware and physically agile and strong than you anticipated. And so as you come toward her and try to interfere with her, she dodges to the side and then whips up a leg and kicks the stone out of your hand. And it goes flying across the room. It doesn't shatter. It's not damaged. But you are now facing this very slim, slight Asian woman in whom the fires of rage burn in her eyes, quite literally.
I have a question.
Yes.
Does Altec and myself have the stabs with us still? Or
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
I don't know why not.
I mean, I'm not going to fire it in the control room.
You certainly can if you want to. Johansson's like, Lucy, what's going on? I also didn't know you did Tybo.
I look at him and say, brainwashed.
Oh no! I'll go get the rock. Are you sure? Does it fix the brainwashing? Hold on. So Johansson will go scrambling after it. It slid underneath someone's workstation. He was just like lifting their feet. I'm like, what was that? And he like pulls them out of their chair and he's digging around trying to find the rock. What do you do?
Take out my Zat, fire at her, stun her.
Okay, let's get everyone to roll dexterity initiative. And we'll see what happens first. Okay.
13 for me.
Okay.
15 with 6 stunned.
Cool. Poe.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I have dexterity initiative, so
Yes. So you have a focus and initiative, which means you roll 3d6 plus your dexterity score plus 2 for having the focus.
okay.
So in your case, it's 3d6 plus 1 for your dexterity plus 2 more. So 3d6 plus 3.
Oh,
Okay.
with 3 stunt die.
Cool. I don't think we implemented initiative stunts. Just because there are initiative stunts, by the way. It's like I can choose my order. I can move someone else in an order. There's all kinds of ways that you can do it, but it really screws up. It makes rounds last forever,
Gotcha.
especially the frequency at which you. So we're just gonna. It's a good tiebreaker or flavorful stuff, but everyone's on the ball. Or at least most of you are on the ball because there's like a bunch of stunt points floating around. She is quite on the ball with a score of 20. With doubles, only 4 stunt points. It's a 5-5-4. She is quite prepared. So as Talvek brings the Zat up, she crumples to the ground. And what was in her is standing in her place. It is a lovely looking woman. Kind of platinum white flowing hair, refined features. She's in a bit of a fire starter pose, right? And a look of rage in her eyes. And she's surrounded by and made of fire. But other than that, quite comely. And she is going to, well, move into Talvek. So I need you to give me a willpower resistance. No, that's not the right one. It is. I think it is willpower self-discipline.
Oh, good. So I get a +3 to this.
Yeah, because self-discipline, I think, is what you would use to resist outside influence.
10. I don't think that's enough. But I did roll
Well,
doubles.
we'll find out. But since we haven't announced the outcome, I believe we have boons, and we also have that 1 point of determination that you've got.
Nah.
Are you sure?
Yep.
You don't even want to activate your symbiote resilience. How does your symbiote feel about this?
Symbiote resilience.
Yes.
Just makes me more resistant to damage.
It resistance to damage, or it can restore you to health, and it can help you resist a variety of things like poisons and drugs and other things that might seek to alter your consciousness or your physical makeup. I'm going to say in this case it applies. If you would like to activate it.
still going to say no. Narratively, I think it's more interesting
All right.
for this failed roll to actually fail.
Sure. Yes, she moves into you, and you go away. I'll talk in just a moment about what you're actually experiencing. For the other two of you, Talvak turns, looks at you with eyes glowing with flickering flames, and then runs out the door. What do you do?
Altic gets this smirk on him and goes chasing after.
Okay. You've been waiting to shoot Talvak with... Talvak dropped the Zat. FYI, Talvak dropped the Zat. He is not currently armed. Because there was a moment where Talvak kind of like spasmed as this fire creature moved into his body.
Okay, I'm going to skillfully, like, as I'm running after him, picking up the Zat.
Just tow it up with your your toes and then catch it in the air and then run after. Cool.
Yeah.
What about you, Poe?
Poe will also chase after Talbot.
Cool. So I need Talvak to give me a... Well, what is your move? Your move is 12. Your one is 24. What is everyone else's move? You are significantly faster than either of the other two.
Yep.
So why don't you go ahead and give me a dexterity dodge roll?
Okay, so that's a +2.
Yeah.
15 with 4 stunt.
Oh, beautiful. I'm going to call that duck and weave. So your defense goes up by 3.
Oh.
It takes a bit. Talvak has a head start on you. I think you and Poe are roughly at the same speed, right? Poe is...
I think I'm at 8 or 9. I'm at 9.
Yeah, and so is Poe. So you guys are, if you're running at 18 yards per round. And Talvak is running at 24 yards per round. And maybe a little bit more. But for the sake of keeping things even, we'll say, so it's, significantly faster. So through a couple of corridors, but as Talvak is running towards the gate room, there is a long corridor. And so you skid into the corridor as Talvak is approaching the far end. It is your first chance where you have a potential shot. Would you like to take a shot at Talvak?
Yes.
Nothing would please him more.
And definitely one of my talents is actually I can still be running while I do this too.
Yes.
So
you can literally close the distance and fire as you're running, as opposed to have to decide.
That was... Which one was that? Oh, that's tactical awareness. Okay.
And you are rolling with the Zat.
Okay. So what's the Zats?
It's still accurate. It's still accuracy, but it's accuracy Nicotel.
Okay.
So your focus does not apply.
But I still got pretty decent accuracy.
Yeah, your accuracy is good.
10, 13. Just making sure I don't have anything else to add to that. Nope, I think it's just 13.
Ordinarily, that would have hit Talvak's defense of 12, but Talvak has an additional 3 defense. So Talvak dodges. Poe, would you like to kill Talvak with your staff weapon? Well, I mean, probably not kill. But we'll see. Staff weapons are gross.
I would like to fire, yes.
Okay, cool. Go ahead and roll Yeah. So this is just going to be +4, 3d6 +4.
Okay. 16.
16 will hit. So go ahead and do 2d6 +5 energy damage.
Really quick.
Yes.
Was I supposed to do attack roll plus accuracy?
No, the accuracy is figured in.
Okay.
So it's the 3d6 plus whatever your bonus is.
Okay.
And
because I noticed the Zat had a 3d6 +2 on the attack roll.
That's because my scores are different.
Yeah. Okay. That +2 for Talvek is +0 for accuracy, +2 for the focus and Zat.
Okay.
So Poe, 2d6 +5. The damage part is consistent across weapons. Unless you have a talent or something that changes it. How much?
11.
11. Cool.
So that's minus resistance and toughness, right?
So it is minus your armor's energy resistance, which is 0.
0.
And your resilience. And your toughness. Yeah, so it's
so resilience
3.
and toughness.
Yeah.
So -3.
Yeah. So it's the symbiote's resilience and its natural ability to protect you from harm, and then your human body's normal toughness of 1.
So Poe, you said 11?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's 8
damage.
damage.
That's 8. Yeah, you blast the crap out of poor Talvek, taking away half of Talvek's health. However, Talvek probably slams into the far wall from just the power of that staff weapon blast, but keeps on trucking. So, by the time you get into the gate room, Talvek has already taken position in front of the gate. The gate is activating.
Hopefully not too close in front of the gate.
Yeah, not in the splash zone.
Okay.
But Talvek is standing with arms outstretched, licking flames on Talvek's fingers, eyes aglow, and the Stargate is rotating. What do you do?
I'm gonna attack again with the Zat.
Okay.
Unless you were asking Talvek, but
That's what Talvek's doing.
yeah. $14.
That will hit Talvek.
Okay, so
will it?
Yes, because it's a new round.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know how long that temp lasted.
Unless I'm mistaken, duck and weave lasts until the beginning of your next turn, and your next turn was to run and activate the gate.
Okay.
So that's 2d6 plus what for the?
For the Zat, it is 2d6 plus 3.
Okay. So that's 10 plus 3, which is 13.
All right. I need you to Talvek. I need you to make a Constitution check. Your symbiote resilience will apply.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, and something else too, but you can't apply 2 focuses. So treat it as if you have a focus. And your target number is very high. It is 10 plus the total damage that you did, Altec, which is
13.
So you need to beat a 23.
So that is a total of 17.
Yes, which is pretty darn good. Altec, roll a d6 for me, please.
Okay. Got 3.
Okay. So Talvek is incapacitated for 3 rounds. You don't take any actual damage. It's just the first shot sets the DC to knock you out. If you shoot him again, it'll probably kill him. Yeah.
Oh, that's tempting.
This is, these are your ancient overlords, and can you just get rid of them? No, it's fine. So Talvek just from the Zat and then falls over on the floor, eyes rolled back in the head. Cool. What do you do? Do you double tap Talvek as you come skidding into the room and see Altec disabling Talvek? Do you walk up and poke him?
Out of character moment.
Yeah.
What would happen if one fires the staff weapon thing at the Stargate?
Probably nothing. Possibly a massive explosion that destroys the entire base. Almost certainly nothing.
Okay.
But best case scenario, nothing. Worst case realistic is it in some way damages the Stargate, which would be real bad. The general would be very put out with you if you damage the Stargate. But you'd have to roll exceptionally well to even have a chance of scratching it. Now, you could fire at a bunch of like computers and power systems and try to overload the power system here. Maybe detonate the ZPE. That would probably stop the Stargate, but it would also kill everyone and all life in a significant radius. And I'm going to say that's something Poe knows, because Poe has been reminded all the time. Hi, Poe. Look, technology here is very powerful. If we accidentally shoot it, it will go boom and kill everyone.
I was just gonna walk over to Talvek and poke him with the stick.
Okay. He probably groans a little. All right. Talvek, you don't have to do anything because you are half fried and also stunned.
Would my symbiote resilience come into play at this moment?
If you would like.
If only to heal me a little.
Yes. You may activate your power.
As it's technically like a separate thing. Maybe
it's something that it's something that your symbiote does. And I think your symbiote would immediately, even if it's somewhat disoriented, it would automatically begin to try to heal your bad burns.
Okay.
So, but it must attempt to activate the power. The target number is 15.
And I got a 10.
Would you like to use a boon or something to make that happen? Okay, cool.
Nope. You can see like my through closed eyes, there's like slight flashing, like flickering light, but like it just doesn't work, and the burn stays.
Well, and the symbiote is trying to re-exert control, but it's having to fight through something else that has control of the body. However, she is going to give up control of this body because it's now no longer suitable for her purpose. So she rises up and continues to point at the gate, and it accelerates. That's her turn. What you doing?
Altec shouts out, "Shut that gate down!"
You hear a voice from the command center. We're trying. She's bypassed all the systems.
Okay. Let's see. It's probably
maybe put up the force field. We can't. We're completely locked out, sir. Because that is what happens every episode.
Yeah.
Yep.
Altec. Woman made of fire.
And I have a Zat and a staff.
Yes.
Both energy weapons.
Yes.
Against an energy opponent.
Yes. Who knows? Who knows?
So I'm gonna.
What do Altec's survival
don't think
instincts
those
tell him to
that'll
do?
My survival instincts tell me to pull out the staff and fire at the energy being.
Yep, do it.
So
she is
it's gonna be
stationary.
fun.
Her defense is not particularly high.
And
She's
I've
not
got
wearing
iron.
armor.
Ooh, wow. Okay. So I got doubles.
Okay. What's your
I
total?
Also, let's see. $17 plus 5, so 22.
Yeah, God. Yes. All day. That would pierce the hull of a death glider. I mean, that was a very, very part of it is that she's like standing with her back to you, completely stock still. Well, floating. Yeah. Roll your damage.
So 2d6 plus 5.
Yep.
Is, let's see. Oh, I've had this come up so many times. I should know this number by now. 12.
12. Lovely. And how many stun points did you get?
It was 5 stun points.
Would you like to make it a vicious blow and add an extra d6?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yes.
Or you said how many points? 4?
5.
5? You make it a lethal blow and inflict 2d6 extra damage.
Yeah, this might be the only shot you'd get, so make it count.
Yeah, probably the lethal blow.
Yeah.
Lethal blow.
So add 2d6 and give me the total.
Okay, so that was, what did I say before? I gotta look at my thing again.
12, I think.
Yeah, 12. Okay, so 12 plus 2d6, which is another 6, so 18.
18. Wow. You blast her, and it looks like it damages her a little, but it looks like it actually, just the force of your blast. It's very clear that attacking an energy being with energy weapons is probably not going to be super effective. Certainly not the type of energy weapons that is a staff weapon. Most of it just passes through and around her, but she stumbles a little bit. It clearly, and she reacts almost as if in pain, and a portion of her midsection where you struck her flares, and instead of it appearing to be kind of almost like a plain gown, almost nightgown looking clothing representation, starts to just have arcs of fire and plasma like the surface of the sun, right? It clearly is somewhat disrupted. And she doesn't turn to face you so much as her front side becomes the back side and vice versa. Like there's a little bit of a morph, and she's looking at you and her hands are pointed back, still at the gate. And just the look of hatred, like you feel heat on your face. Just the rage directed at you is physically and psychologically arresting. Poe.
I have a question.
Yes.
Out of character. If I use the staff like a baseball bat,
Yes.
will it just go through her?
Don't know.
Okay. And does that count as a single-handed melee weapon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can swing it with one hand. Probably it's more effective if you use it with two. Because it's big.
Okay. Can Poe just attempt to whack her
Yep.
with the staff? Like
Give me a
baseball bat.
Yeah, give me a fighting bats or staves or whatever the specialty is. So it's not one that you have. You're fighting specialties light blades. So just roll fighting. So 3d6 plus 4.
16.
Cool. Yeah, that'll hit her. I mean, it'll make contact at least. And go ahead and give me, what would that be? 1d6 plus, it's heavy. So 1d6 plus 3, I think. It might be 2, but we'll say it's 3.
8.
Yeah, passes right through her.
Okay.
I mean, you line it up and just whack, and it just, you feel a little bit of resistance, but she just, and then she turns, maybe less hatred for you because you didn't actually hurt her, but it's a combination of hatred and contempt for you, and for Altec, it's more like, I'm going to swallow your soul. Cool. Top of her turn. Yeah. So the Stargate activates. It's a little different. Instead of a burst of watery spatial disruption that resolves into the shimmering event horizon, it's a gout of flame that resolves into a flaming portal. And I think she would like to set Altec on fire, probably. This is a parting gift.
I'm sure she would.
Yep. No doubles, but it's a very high roll. 21.
Okay, so that's going to be against
Your defense.
My defense, okay.
And that will definitely... no, you don't roll it. It's the defense is... I think defense is like armor class. So that definitely beats her defense.
Yeah, which is 11. So
yeah. She's not necessarily trying to murder you. And she is apparently very distracted, or maybe somewhat disrupted by the fact that you actually did damage to her. It is not a great blow. It's 9 points.
Okay.
And that will be reduced by, first, the energy rating of your armor.
Which is 2.
Yep.
So
then your
7.
resistance.
Where is my resistance?
Directly, your resilience, which is directly above your armor. So 2 more.
So 2 more, so 6, 5.
And then by your toughness, which is 3.
2, so 4, 3.
Yeah. So she just, after activating the Stargate, she just casts a hand at you, and just this gout of flame. It doesn't so much come out of her hand. It's more like her hand just turns into a flamethrower, and it snakes around you, and like it's trying to crush you and burn you at the same time. But she is pressed for time, so it hurts. These are bad burns, but it's only 3 points, and you have a lot of health. So you know that although it's very, very painful, and there's probably a very manly bellow of anguish that comes out of Altec, at the same time, you know that you're not about to die. And then she fades into the portal of flame.
I forgot my symbiote helps too on that, right?
That is where the resilience comes from.
Oh, okay.
You also have an activated power, which is symbiote resilience, which is the same name. Maybe it's confused. I probably should have called them something different. But yeah, there's a passive damage resistance that your symbiote gives you, and you may also activate the power to heal yourself or resist injury, illness, poison, drugs, etc.
Okay.
Yeah, which you might want to do, but 3 points is not a big deal to you, and there's medical staff. Yeah, she gone. A bunch of Marines and various different folks come pouring into the gate room. Of course, like a few seconds too late. A medic will come over and tend to Talvak. Talvak is not in a great position. Clearly has been shot. I was like, we've got a staff weapon wound here. And then the medic looks and glares at Ultek and Poe. Which one of you shot him? What's going on?
Yes, we both shot him.
Well, but one of you blasted the crap out of him.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I don't know why Poe is pointing at Ultek. Wasn't it Poe that blasted the crap out of him? Yeah. Ultek just knocked him out. You're the one that fried half of his body. Now, Talvek, I think your symbiote would like to again attempt.
Yeah, it does.
Oh God, yes. And that, how many stunt points?
6.
Cool. It will cost you. What would that be? It will cost you 8 power points.
Okay.
No, sorry, 5 power points.
Okay, because it takes 10 to activate.
Yeah, but because you stunted, you can activate it for half cost.
Cool.
Roll. What is that? It is going to be 2d6 plus your Constitution. So 2d6 plus 1.
3d6 plus 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Oop, that's 3. Sorry.
There. 5.
5.
That's pretty good. So you're not all the way back, but the symbiote is focused primarily on damage to nerves and muscles and stuff like that. So you've got cosmetic injuries, but the medic is like trying to treat you, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, this doesn't seem as bad as it looked. Oh, right. That by the way, that takes time. It doesn't like, it's not like a health potion that comes back, but this is just an abstraction. It's like, oh, the medic is like, oh yeah, his symbiote's already taking care of things, so he'll be okay. And by about that time, Talvek comes around.
Please tell me you stopped them. Is the first thing I say.
We tried our best. I really tried my best.
Did you use the crystal?
Actually, I never saw it recovered.
Last you saw, Johansson was crawling under a desk to try to get it, and then you guys took off. He's a runner, but he probably doesn't have the confidence to run after you, and did not know anything to do about it. Like, he just didn't have any instruction. He might have been able to catch you. He is, in fact, a runner. But, yeah. Didn't quite work out that way. And so at this point, Johansson comes trotting in. It's like, I brought the rock. Will this help?
Not anymore.
It slipped my mind.
You got shot. How'd that happen? And then looks at the two people with staff weapons and like, should I check and see if they're brainwashed?
No, I was after pulling it out of your coworker, it entered me.
Oh,
And
that
we
didn't seem like brainwashing though.
We didn't have the crystal, so they needed to shoot me.
Oh.
And it got away.
Oh, so if you had the crystal, it would have just come out of you, right?
Or, well,
yeah, it would have blown it. Would have blown you up.
That's classified.
Right. I think Talvek is probably glad that you didn't have the crystal because you would have been blown up. Yeah, and even your symbiote can't come back from you're in sticky pieces all over the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. So, your spy was identified. Lucy recovers. She doesn't remember a lot. Or I should say she remembers pieces. There were times where really all she remembers is like maybe feeling kind of good, actually. And then as she's questioned, there are definitely gaps in her memory, but very small gaps in her memory. It is difficult to determine how long she was influenced. Could have been days, could have been years. But she does remember feeling like particularly good recently. Talvek, I think probably because of your symbiote, she had taken over the human body and suppressed the symbiote's ability to take control itself, but she didn't take control of the symbiote's mind. You probably have a different experience or memory of what it was like. It was blissful. It was absolute certitude. It was purity of passion that transcends any specific emotion, or perhaps combines them. Like, you can't put a label on the emotion. It could very well be love. It could very well be hate. It could be both. It was zeal. It was righteous zeal. And at least your symbiote's impression is that it was pure in a way that was outside his experience. It is alluring. It was intoxicating.
Interesting. I might gloss over that aspect in the debrief.
Go ahead and give me a communication deception.
I don't have deception, but I'm not gonna like do the force power.
Yeah.
So.
And we'll say that it is Jace who is debriefing you. So we're going to see if her perception empathy can beat your communication deception.
Okay, so 15.
Okay. 7 plus 3, 10. She trusts. Although that is 10 points, but she fails, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, she trusts you implicitly. Yeah, she trusts you implicitly. She doesn't even pick up on the fact that you're withholding anything.
Yeah. Like, and it's not like a guilt or a malicious intent. It's the knowledge that divulging this information will make me look bad.
Yes.
Will put more suspicion on me.
Yes, and the fact that your symbiote is like, such pure power and devotion. It's kind of like, ooh. And maybe the host is a little bit like, chill with it. It's a little creepy. That's a little too Goa'uld.
Yeah.
But the thing that the Goa'uld never had is that degree of... They were always struggling. They were always worried about how powerful they were relative to some... They're largely defensive creatures, because without a host, they're largely helpless. So they were always in a constant kind of like, how do I second guess? How do I protect myself? Even the grandeur of their displays revealed their vulnerability. It was an experience of utter invulnerability and pure self-assured power that I think your symbiote found attractive. I mean, it's not like it wants to be possessed, but it just has a different kind of take.
Yeah.
So, I think we end with, you've been debriefed, you've been badgered, you've been all bandaged up, and of course, you know, your symbiote is helping. I think someone has explained to Poe there's some bad people. We need to be worried about it. No, Talvek's okay now, but we need to be cautious. I think you may have added a priority in your trade negotiations with the Solosians to understand the technology of this thing that can detect and disrupt whatever this possession is. And I'm going to say that we end with you all kind of gathering in the gate room. The camera kind of pulls back and you're all sort of looking at the quiet gate, kind of wondering. Like, there's a lot out there, but you saw the gate do something that it's never done. And it makes you wonder where she went, where she might be able to go, how many more of them there are, and what sort of information and intelligence she might have gathered in however long she spent in Analyst Chin's brain. So, grand new threat to the galaxy revealed. And then we pull back. The triumphant theme music plays. We get the credits. The end. Cool. So, there's so much lore to reveal. But I'm not going to. Cool. So, hey, that is our take on adapting Modern Age, which I think is a nice system because it's got a lot of moving parts by comparison to some of the games that we normally play. But it's familiar enough, similar enough to D&D. But because of the stunt mechanics, it is more cinematic, I think. And because there are more skills and a lot of different focuses that you can take within that, the ways that you can customize and specialize your character both through life path and some of the choices that you make means that it's not like a who's the cleric, who's the wizard, who's the fighter kind of thing, but more like what profession do you have? What role does it make sense for you to play? Unfortunately, we had a couple of players who life intervened. So it was maybe a little bit more challenging for this particular smaller crew, particularly given that they weren't able to be as successful at some of the scientific stuff and medical stuff that was there. But all in all, you didn't die. Only one of you was possessed, and you made a successful first kind of foray into a trading relationship with a very, very alien species. Well done. And someone did a lot of damage. Someone proved that they are very combat capable. I mean, it was against your friend, but good job.
And I proved that I'm a very capable tank. Who
Yeah.
knew?
Well, yeah. You don't have that much health, but you do have a symbiote, which helps a lot. Cool. Well, let's do the thing where we let everyone know who you are and where you can be seen next. We'll do the same order. Duck.
Oh, hey, I'm Duck. You can find me over at twitch.tv/duckwark, running a D&D game every Wednesday about like mythology and folklore and weird stuff. So if that interests you, stop on by. Michael's a player. Hopefully the Brigadier General trusts Talvek a little bit more because his crazy crackpot theory about someone potentially being possessed was true.
Yes.
But, can't really convince Tori of anything, can you?
Yeah. They're kind of the worst. Yo, Sen.
Hi, I'm Sin or Potato9_juice on Twitch. I stream on Twitch occasionally at times. I don't know when the next time I'll be streaming on Twitch will be at, but yeah. The next time you'll see me is I don't know when. I don't know where. But you can always find me hanging out in people's channels in chat, like Justice TV or here or other people's channels. Yeah. I play lots of TTRPGs. I'm trying to run TTRPGs. Yeah. And if you're in the Discord of this Discord, there's a nice little channel called C Plus Next, and there's a nice little spreadsheet where you can sign up for fun games like this. And I have 2 of them on there.
Yes.
That have me running them.
Yes.
So if you wanna play a game with me running one, sign up.
Good pitch.
Because it's fun.
Yes. And also check out all your fantastic art in the fan art channel and also over at your Insta, Art on Art.
Yeah.
Lovely. Raboyo.
Hi, I'm Raboyo. I don't stream, but I like to lurk on Twitch a lot. You can find me here or in Liz's channel or Juice's channel. I'm pretty much everywhere on Twitch. But yeah, definitely can check out C Plus Next because I'm signed up for another one that hasn't finished filling up yet. So I'd love to get that one going. And this has been really fun. So definitely check it out.
Awesome. Cool. And I'm Zero or Zero Daylight or Michael or DM or GM or in this case System Lord. I run and sometimes play games here a couple times a week, and at Duck's channel on Wednesday. Sometimes Kelly has a West Marches style setup going, so occasionally over there. And then on Sunday evenings at the Juices TV program and Lissa T channel, we also play TTRPGs. So a bunch of streamers getting together, and like this. Most of what we do is in D&D or like big well-known systems. We tend to take smaller systems, more narrative or cinematic systems, and we love certain IPs, so we do a lot of the stuff with Star in it. So we do Star Wars and Star Trek and Stargate. We have plans for things like Firefly and other kind of beloved sci-fi, but sci-fi's not their only jam. We also do like fantasy with the Avatar stuff and a few one-shots. We do a lot of spooky stuff, and most of which is in a shared kind of continuity in different systems. And we love Powered by the Apocalypse. So things like Masks and Monster Hearts and Monster of the Week. And we love Modifius 2D20. So Dune and Star Trek. And apparently you guys do too, because our Dune and Star Trek stuff seems to people like to find it and watch it on the YouTube. Speaking of which, head on over to cpluscontent.tv, which is our YouTube channel. You can find all the stuff that we have done, and everything that we broadcast here winds up over there about 24 hours later. It is conveniently organized by theme. So if you like the spooky, there's a spooky playlist. You like the sci-fi, there's a sci-fi playlist. If you just want to watch all the mass stuff, all the teenage superhero drama, you can watch the mass playlist. Encourage you to head over there. If you are not subscribed to it, please do subscribe. It is free. Hit the little alarm bell to be notified when there's new content, because our schedule is not always super predictable, although it is available on the Discord. And you know what? Hey, drop a comment. I see lots of folks dropping thumbs up and watching, but drop a comment. Tell us what you like. Tell us what you didn't like. Tell us a suggestion for a similar system or any other kind of input or feedback. 1, because we love to hear from you, and 2, because it helps with the algo, because commentary is engagement and YouTube runs on engagement. So give that a drop, and you guys can too. Drop in and say, hey, had a good time playing this one. That would also help. So yeah, we the next thing we have coming up, other than Sunday, where we are wrapping up our Minnesota Smith and the Temple of Boom game, in which SAS Lambo is, or SAS Lambo is joining us as a guest player. Potentially next Tuesday we'll be starting Sasha the Vampire Slayer, depending upon, I think Zodi needs to make a decision about her availability later. So that will either happen starting next Tuesday or will happen starting in I think early June. And as Roboyo said, we have a lot of, and as Sid mentioned, we have a lot of games on the calendar, some that are full that we just need to get scheduled into the rotation, some that are nearly full that just a few interested player would help to raise that up on the list for scheduling. I mean, it's a long list. It's like, what, 30, 40 rows? And we're constantly adding more ones. So if you want to check that out, head over to community.cpluscontent.tv, check out the C Plus Next channel, check out the wonderful fan art by folks like Sin and Tuff and other members of our community and players and GMs for our games. And yeah, exactly, Misha. It's constant games. It's a little bit insane, but we love it. It's fun. It's fun to sit around as grown-ass adults and play make-believe, particularly in fun IPs that we adore. We should probably take this over to somewhere. Thanks for dropping in the raid calls, Mish. Who should we go see? Well, let's see. Who have we not gone to see recently? Oh, Lissa's playing Tiny Tina. We should go see Lissa. I mean, I'm saying this because although we have rated Lissa recently, I know Raboya is going there anyway. And actually, you're probably already there. So we might as well just follow Raboya over to Lissa's channel.
It's been up in the background the whole night.
Of course, I was about to say. Which I think is how we met Raboya. Was interacting, so. Yeah, interacting in Lissa's chat. So Lissa's awesome, amazing. If you don't know her, why are you? Yeah, you should. Definitely give her a follow if you don't. And come back on Sunday on her channel and watch us all play together. A very, very silly game about bumbling archaeologists trying to save the world. Cool. Looks like the raid is working. Awesome. Well, cool. Thanks, everyone. Bye. See you again soon.